Well, we gave him 5 minutes to get here, so I'm going to call the Senate Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee meeting to order. And our first bill is House Bill 1541, prime sponsor.
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Representative Susan Porcelli. I represent Rockingham District 19, Hampton Falls, and Kensington. This bill, HB 1541, updates the existing container and sealer RSA 659:97 related to the preservation of ballots after any state and federal election, with details about the definition of container, locks, and sealers. Under existing law, the Secretary of State is required to provide containers for storing ballots after any state and federal election. This bill was heard by the House Election Law Committee and passed with a committee recommendation of ought to pass with a vote of 17-0. The bill went on the House consent calendar and was passed. This bill specifies that containers for storing marked ballots must be secure, durable, reusable, transportable, stackable, and marked. In addition, the containers must be secured with locks and tamper-evident sealers. The Secretary of State's office has investigated various containers that meet the requirements for size, security, and storage specifications, and a prototype has been identified. And later on, you'll actually be able to see samples of these containers. A successful pilot of the replacement containers was rolled out in, I believe, Epping, and the success was evaluated, and the containers met all the specifications. Testimony about this bill demonstrated several critical issues related to storing marked ballots in cardboard boxes with unsecured tape and chain of custody issues that this bill will remediate. Problems included ballots that were stored in potato chip boxes secured with clear tape, ballots mixed in with office supplies and snacks, and chain of custody questions during a recount from boxes without proper tracking. These issues could impact accurate recount efforts. This bill also requires annual reporting detailing the progress of the replacement container program, depending on available funding and resources to support the effort. Funding for this program should be available through the Help America Vote Act of 2002. This bill simply initiates the secure container replacement program with the understanding that the program will require a long duration to complete, again, depending on the funding and resources. The fiscal note attached to the bill is somewhat misleading. The containers have been identified by the Secretary of State, and you'll see that later on, and the rollout is again contingent on the HAVA funding and resource availability. In conclusion, I request a vote of ought to pass to initiate the Secure Container Replacement Program. And I have a few pictures of some of the issues that were identified, if it would be okay to pass around.
Okay, questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Wary. I represent the town of Hudson, Hillsborough, District 13. I come in support of the bill. I don't want to be redundant with any of the information you've already heard or will hear from the Secretary of State. I just want to emphasize a couple of points. This does provide much more security and integrity in the long run for the retention of ballots and absolute control of what happens to those ballots post-election prior to their discarding at the appropriate times. The history of this bill is that several years ago, I was a sponsor of a very similar bill. Deputy Secretary Hennessy began a pilot program under the direction of the Secretary of State, of course, and investigated this. And I believe Secretary Scanlon will be showing a demonstration of the boxes that were identified in that pilot study. Just want to support this bill and echo the fact that it had complete bipartisan support coming out of the House Election Law Committee.
Questions, Ms. Senators? Seeing none,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much. Mr. Secretary?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. Here to support this bill. In the past, there's been a kind of a progression on the types of containers that have been used to ship ballots and store ballots, and they have always involved cardboard boxes. I know that there are some individuals in the state that have concerns about that type of container, but what I will say is that I'm not aware of any instances where chain of custody for New Hampshire ballots has been broken. And I'm confident that the ballots that we've always counted in recounts have been the ballots that were cast in the election itself. With that said, we have been looking at different types of containers that are a little bit more rugged, a little bit more secure, more uniform. Excuse me, that can add that extra confidence that the ballots are safe and secure and properly accounted for. So this is the show and tell portion. This is the plastic container that we used in a really successful pilot. The town liked it. This container will hold roughly 1,000 ballots. And so as you can see, can't really see, but the top folds in a way that comes together like this. So there's a solid surface on the top. You can't like get a screwdriver in there and just pry this up. Once it's closed, you can see that there's a couple of holes on either side where you can put a really good plastic numbered seal on it and keep track of that. And then you will also see we have some options here to have numbered boxes and barcoding on here so that we can actually keep track of these containers with a software program. My intent would be to have enough of these ordered and distributed to all the cities and towns for the general election this fall, so that after the election is over, the ballots have been cast. The cast ballots would be stored in these containers, and they would remain in the town for the duration of the 22-month retention period, which under federal law, ballots have to be kept for 22 months and stored by the towns, unless there is a request for a recount, in which case the state, my office, will go and pick these containers up, bring them to Concord, we'll have the recount, and then we will store the ballots for 22 months in the state archives. And once that's done, these containers will be emptied and then just properly disposed of. To use these for all elections is going to take some time to ramp up because of the 22-month requirement. We have primary elections, we have general elections, we have a presidential primary, in that thing. So we will have to eventually develop a pretty large inventory of these boxes and get them distributed, and then come up with an appropriate plan to account for them and track them. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The harbor money can be used to purchase these?
I believe the HAVA money can be used to purchase these. It's not necessary that that reference be in the bill. In fact, I would prefer that it not be there. I think that, we have the authority to use the money for this purpose, but, we also have our elections budget that we can use towards this as well.
Okay, a follow-up, if I
Yeah.
may. So you have to keep them for 22 months, so is it more purchases for like municipalities? They'll get double those containers?
So for example, we will have to, once we get into the cycle, we will need boxes for the state primary elections. And then on the heels of that is a general election. So we'll have to have enough boxes for both of those elections. Both of those are required to be held for 22 months. So if after an election like we will have this fall, we're going to have a presidential primary coming up within that 22-month window. So we're going to have boxes available for that. And then by the time we get to the next general election cycle, we will be able to empty the boxes, because there's a 2-month gap between when these have to be kept and when the next election shows up. So we have 2 months to, get these things organized. And
Very good. Thank you.
Senator Lang?
My only question was about timing. The way this bill's written, it says you shall have it for the next election period. That doesn't seem to give you any wiggle room at all. And that was my only concern on a pragmatic basis. Are you going to be able to order them, get them distributed, and get them ready for the September election, or the primary election in September coming up?
I had not picked up on that. It would be best to give me some flexibility in doing this. I mean, we're committed to making it happen, but the program shouldn't be so rigid that it causes restrictions. We may, through this process, we may find that, there's something that we overlooked and we might have to change up. So I'd like to have the flexibility to be able to adapt.
Thank you.
Senator Burns, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing the sort of demonstration so we can see it. I mean, in reading the language of the bill and looking at this, I sort of don't see any other discrepancies with what you described. Can you explain, like, how does the container get closed and how does that sort of green dated seal get opened?
Rip this seal off, or try to. All right, well, that's doing its job.
Here you go.
So you can see,
yeah,
you can see how the
yeah.
top closes. And so there are kind of ridges underneath here that you can't see. So that
Okay.
when it closes, it kind of goes like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is no way that you could slide something in there and easily wedge it up.
Okay.
You could, with enough force, of course, but things would break when you do that. So once it's closed, you'll see that, you can't really see, but where my finger is, there is a hole that goes up through the edge of the container and the lid that comes down, so that you can put a seal on it. This is a heavy plastic seal.
Yeah.
It has a number on it that would be kept in a log.
Yeah.
And the only way that this seal will come off is if somebody cuts it.
Okay.
And then we'll put these identifying tags on it that are pretty permanently on there. That will have barcodes and numbers to just keep track of the inventory of these boxes.
Okay. Thank you.
Because I participated in one of the prior boxes that you had, which was very similar to that, was a red one, was bigger. We had the ability to slip something in the far end, not the sealed end, was a problem. And that if there's moisture or other things, getting that seal to stick on that plastic was also a problem. So, just because I was there. Any other questions from the senators? The other testimony that we had from the prime sponsor about using potato chip, no, just second, Secretary. Yeah, just the other testimony that we had about other boxes that weren't supplied by you, potato chip boxes, all of those were in violation of the current law. Is that not correct?
Yeah, so when I first started working for the Secretary of State's office, well over 20 years ago, boxes were purchased by the Department of State that were basically surplus boxes in all kinds of random sizes. And they were used to ship and store ballots. But in many cases, the municipalities found their own containers and used them. For a long time, Manchester had hard metal boxes, which were great, but we saw all kinds of other boxes that were not provided by the office coming in. And, the one that really sticks in my mind was labeled medical waste on the side. So, and so we started ordering boxes that were uniform to fit the ballots more precisely so that there was not damage to the ballots. They were designed to be a size that could be easily handled. And they were uniform. Shortly after that, we started printing on the boxes New Hampshire ballots or New Hampshire election materials. And that's where we're at currently until we move in this direction.
In the past, we used to use the boxes that the ballots came in, but that's not the case anymore. You provide actually boxes labeled for the return of ballots, right?
We do. We try to be frugal, and we try to reuse cardboard boxes as much as, excuse me, as much as we could. But they did wear down and break apart sometimes. So we always made sure the towns and cities had plenty of extra boxes.
And that the cities and towns would still have to be able to provide their own boxes and containers for ballots for municipal and town elections, correct?
Yes.
Anybody else with questions? Senator Lang?
So if we were to change the date, the effective date to the date after the November election, you could still move sooner than that. Nothing, because by the way I read this, you have the right to do this if you wanted to do it right now. You don't have to have a law. This just specifies what type of boxes. But if you've already identified them, if we push this off so the shalls don't take effect until after November 3rd or the next general election, you could still in advance do this if you wanted to. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you want, I mean, the other alternative is make it effective after the primary.
Just trying to give you the most flexibility possible.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just check, make sure that nobody else is signed in. If you would, or bring me that next sheet. Everyone who signed in on this sheet has testified. There were 9 in support on the sign-in sheet. And with that, we'll close this public hearing and we'll open the next one in just a minute.
Good morning, Chairman Gray, members
Just-
of the committee. Sorry. Oh, not till 9:30. I thought it was 9:15.
I thought it was 9:15.
It's 9:15.
I just want to get the word from her.
I'm good.
She's the boss, you know. All right, go ahead, Representative.
Great. Thank you, Chairman. For the record, my name is Matt Wilhelm, State Representative for Hillsborough District 21. It's the north end of Manchester. And I'm the prime sponsor of House Bill 1601, which unanimously passed the full House on the consent calendar. House Bill 1601 is a straightforward bill. It directs the Secretary of State to create a voter education program that informs New Hampshire voters about recent changes to our voting laws. Over the last several election cycles, this legislature has enacted a number of changes in election and voter registration law. Some of those changes affect what identification is required, when and which pieces of documentation may be requested, and what options are available to voters at the polls. Regardless of where any of us fall on those policy debates, I think we can all agree that voters should clearly understand the rules that apply to them before they show up to vote. Confusion at the polls helps no one. It creates frustration for voters, additional pressure on election workers and moderators, and can undermine confidence in the process itself. A voter education program is one of the most effective ways to reduce those problems before Election Day even arrives. House Bill 1601 doesn't change who can vote, how votes are counted, or how elections are administered. It doesn't advocate for any position or outcome. It simply ensures that accurate, up-to-date information about the law is available to the public. The bill is also fiscally responsible. It uses $50,000 in existing federal funds made available through the Help America Vote Act. Those are funds that are specifically intended to support voter education, election administration, and voter confidence. There's no impact on the state's general fund. The Secretary of State's office already serves as the most obvious, nonpartisan source of election information in New Hampshire. This bill builds on that role by giving clear direction and resources to ensure that voters know what has changed and what's expected of them. At its core, House Bill 1601 is about transparency, clarity, and fairness. We believe that when voters understand the rules, elections run more smoothly, election officials can do their jobs more efficiently, and public trust in our democratic process is strengthened. So I respectfully ask the committee to recommend House Bill 1601 ought to pass. Thanks. Happy to answer any
from the
questions.
committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, who have I got for representatives in the room? Okay. Mr. Secretary, do you want to go now or do you want to go at the end? Okay. Nancy Brennan. Oh, she said she wasn't speaking, all right. Chase, looks like. We are going to have a 3-minute limit on the testimony, so just keep that in mind.
I'll try to be quicker than that. My name is Chase Eagleson. I serve as the Policy and Planning Coordinator for the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. We're a federally funded state agency mandated by Developmental Disabilities Bill of Rights Act. We come in support of this bill. Just have a couple things to keep in mind. That when the program gets put out, all the information out should be in as plain language as possible so that everyone can understand it, because most people don't speak legalese. And that we hope that it is given in both electronic and physical formats, because we have a lot of our constituents who do not have access to the internet or do not have access to it regularly, who would need a physical format in order to get the information given by the Secretary of State. And that's it.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Liz?
Thank you, Senator. My name is Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters, and we do a lot of voter education. We know how important it is. And one thing we often do is use our Facebook page to boost the existing posts from the Secretary of State, which are very good ones. They're good graphics in simple language, and we encourage the Secretary to keep that up and to use social media. But we also realize from our contact with the public that many people don't use social media. And so we encourage these funds to be used for other ways to reach people, including possibly PSA announcements in the fall. Even people who don't read newspapers regularly do watch TV or listen to the radio and may get that information. So I hope that when this plan goes into operation, it will be a diverse one and use various ways of getting this language to the public. But we support the bill and we support the Secretary of State's existing efforts and continued efforts to educate the public. Thank you very much.
Questions from senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. All right. Linda?
Good morning, Senator Gray and members of Senate Election Law Municipal Affairs. My name is Linda Bundy, and I live in Antrim. Because of the recent changes in the voting laws, 244 New Hampshire voters were unable to participate in last year's elections. I worked as a nonpartisan poll observer in November, and I saw effects of these new changes. One voter had moved from another New Hampshire city but did not have proof of citizenship. 3 people came together with, again, no proof of citizenship. They went home, came back with their proof, registered, and voted, all of which took 1.5 hours. Another person without citizenship had to go home to get his passport, and he was able to register and vote after 45 minutes. And a woman who had a name change, but no documentation of that, left, and I don't know whether she was able to come back and vote that day. In each case, the process was more time-consuming for both the voter and the supervisors of the checklist. One supervisor expressed concern about having long lines and greater wait times in the November elections. Same-day registration no longer can guarantee the right to vote because polls may close before voters return with their documents, and some documents take weeks to acquire. I worked as a ballot clerk in Antrim in our town elections this month, and 2 brothers who moved from out of state had to go home to get their birth certificates, which took 45 minutes by the time they were able to vote. These examples illustrate the need for voter education before the next election. If these voters had known about the law changes, they probably would have been able to register and vote in much less time and with less effort. The education program should be shared regularly through a variety of media well in advance of the elections. People need repetition to reinforce their understanding of these requirements and also the time to collect their documents. I respectfully ask that you vote ought to pass on HB 1601.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. All right. I've got a Mary, and I'm not quite sure the last name did not indicate whether you want to speak or not. Okay, we'll say no. Susan? Or Sarah, maybe.
Sarah, what's Open Democracy?
Already on. Good morning. My name is Sarah Ortiz, and I'm the Public Policy Fellow with Open Democracy. And I'm here today in support of House Bill 1601. We all know that election laws have changed significantly in New Hampshire over the past few years. And when these changes aren't clearly communicated, both voters and poll workers alike can find themselves going in on election day confused, creating longer lines and unfortunately resulting in some voters being turned away. This bill seeks to resolve those issues by creating a voter education program run by the Secretary of State, one that ensures that both voters and those working on election day are well informed before they ever set foot in the polling place. And it does so without seeking additional funds from taxpayers. What makes this bill work is that it recognizes something that we all know to be true. People need to hear about new laws early and often. a one-time bulletin when a law passes and maybe one a few days before election is not sufficient. People need access to the information over and over for it to sink in. This program provides that kind of repeated, accessible outreach that will truly reach voters and election officials alike. When everybody understands the current rules, election days run smoother and, well, run the way that it should. And I respectfully ask that you vote out to pass on this bill. Thank you.
Questions from senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. Certainly, the topic of this bill is motherhood and apple pie, but I believe it's unnecessary because since I became Secretary of State, we have initiated a pretty significant voter education system. I've hired a communications director, which we never had before. I've hired an individual that's responsible for voter education and civics outreach, something that we have never had before. We've developed some really good programs. We have a substantial presence on social media. I've been going out speaking with groups weekly, and usually it's 2 to 3 times a week. We are targeting groups across the spectrum, every group from seniors to individuals with disabilities, veterans, students, the whole 9 yards. A major component of voter education is also poll worker training and education. And we are approaching the point leading up to state elections where we are really going to be ramping up those opportunities. We're conducting more training, both in person and online recorded sessions that can be used for future reference, more than we ever have had in the past. And in addition to that, when we communicate the changes that are important for the public to know about changes to the election process, we, excuse me, we have very good working relationships with the traditional media in New Hampshire. I see Adam is here from WMUR. He's one of the outlets that really help us get the important messaging out that voters need to know. So I really don't know what we can do beyond what we have already initiated and begun, especially when the bill is generalized to educating voters on all election laws that has passed. We have been focusing on the ones that the voters need to know that help them with their role as a voter, and not necessarily ones that might be programmatic for election officials that, you know, the voters don't really need to know about. So we're focused, we're targeted, we've really expanded the opportunities over the last few years. And for that reason, I think we're already doing what this bill calls for. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the senators? Senator Perkins Coker.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. So, I believe you mentioned during testimony on the trial for HB 1569 that you guys were intending to send a postcard to every voter. Is that still the plan in terms of making sure folks are aware of the change in law?
That is still in the plan. That is a very expensive proposition because just postage charges alone are quite high. But we are going to utilize a surplus of paper that we had to purchase during the pandemic to make sure that we had paper to conduct that election. So we're going to be able to save on paper costs.
Thank you.
Additional questions?
Again, more of a comment. I just want to thank you for your, I do know you make, as a moderator, I see those efforts you make on a regular basis in social media to inform voters way in advance, you know, weeks and months and sometimes in advance as election is coming up. So I do know that you do have a significant effort and I've seen it. So.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you very much. You could just check the sheet for me and bring me the next one, if you would. Everyone who signed up, There were 3 additional people that signed up, all in support, and online there was 123 that signed up in support, 3 opposed. Did I have anybody on the news sheet? Nope. All right. With that, we'll close public hearing, and we'll start the next one in just a minute. And I don't see Rep Sweeney.
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready? Then go for it.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, State Representative Matt Wilhelm. I just received a text message from Representative Sweeney, who's home with a child today. And so I'm here to formally introduce House Bill 1667. It's an act to establish first in the nation security task force to coordinate planning for the presidential campaign events. The bill passed unanimously in the House and is presented to you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Matt, may I answer a question?
Maybe. I wasn't actually. For the record, I wasn't in committee the day the bill was exec, and I know there's an amendment on it, and I don't have that on me right now.
You see your co-sponsor. So I just have 2 questions.
Sure.
So in the makeup, why is it so focused toward colleges? Service.
Yeah, so I'm remembering from the public hearing in the House that there was a focus both on security and on free speech and making sure there's, sometimes a balance between the two. And so thinking about higher ed institutions, which often host these first in the nation presidential primary events, wanted to make sure that there were voices at the table that reflected those views.
Any other thing I was concerned looking at the makeup, there's no actually venue people on here, like people who have a venue outside of a college that might be hosting a presidential, a first in the nation event, and yet there's have no say, it seems like, on here at all.
Yeah, it's a good question. And as someone who's also worked in entertainment venues, leave it to you for your consideration. Be happy to collaborate on an amendment language. Yeah,
Thank you.
you bet.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. I didn't ask him for questions because I thought you were just a placeholder.
Fair
You know.
game.
Is that right? Okay. All right. The other 2 people, I don't know whether you're coming up together or separately, whichever you'd like to do.
Morning, Chairman, honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Eddie Edwards, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Safety. To my left is Captain Amatucci with New Hampshire State Police. The department recognizes that this is a well-intentioned piece of legislation, but we oppose the legislation. There has been a number of things that has transpired since this legislation has been introduced. All good conversations with members of the House. It's my understanding from those conversations that there's a much more mature appreciation for what New Hampshire does during presidential campaigns, with the understanding that some of this information is very, very sensitive. It's, in some cases, beyond our control. These are mutual aid agreements, partnerships controlled by federal law enforcement officers, and just can't be shared broadly like this legislation envisions. So I don't think there was a real understanding of the quality of service when it comes to security protection that New Hampshire provides in coordination with the federal law enforcement partners, county law enforcement, and as well as local law enforcement with the state. And so in those conversations, I think it's been mutually agreed upon that this legislation is probably not necessary at this point. We've also had pulled together law enforcement officers, representatives around the state, just most recently to have this conversation to make sure that people understood our process. So before we take any questions, I'll turn it over to Captain.
Yep.
Thank you again. My name's Matt Amatucci. I'm just going to provide some basic information, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have. So New Hampshire law enforcement agencies already coordinate with federal partners like the Secret Service and other federal and state partners under established mutual aid agreements during presidential campaign visits. These protocols ensure candidate safety without requiring additional task force. Forming a new task force adds layers of planning and reporting that could slow down real-time decision-making during high-profile events. Security threats evolve quickly, and law enforcement needs flexibility, not more administrative steps to respond effectively. The bill mandates reports and plans be shared widely, which could inadvertently expose sensitive security strategies. Publishing detailed security guidance and after-action reports risks giving bad actors insight to law enforcement tactics. Current mutual aid agreements allow seamless collaboration between state, local, and federal agencies. This bill could complicate those relationships by introducing new protocols that conflict with established federal security standards, reducing efficiency during candidate visits. This bill does not specify how additional training, communication systems, and administrative support will be funded. Without dedicated resources, this creates an unfunded mandate that strains state and local budgets. Presidential candidates receive protection from federal agencies, primarily Secret Service. State and local law enforcement assist under mutual aid, but ultimate responsibility lies with the federal authorities. Creating a state-level task force duplicates efforts without adding meaningful security benefits or cost savings. Thank you.
Questions from senators? Senator Lane.
So when I'm reading the bill and I look on page 2 of the bill in section 4, it's the reporting requirement. So the section right above it, 6. The section right above it, 5, says the task force could meet in non-public session to protect police security, for lack of a better phrase, information you don't want out to the public. But when you actually write the report, it seems like that's not protected by 91A, and all of that information you discuss in the non-public session, if it's going to be part of your action items, have to then go in the report. Is that the way you read it as well?
Thank you for the question. Yes, sir. And oftentimes we don't know when candidates are coming until days before. So trying to come up with a generic plan in an unknown location, I'm not sure what the intent is or the hope is, but that's not how it works practically. We don't know what the venue will be, but that law enforcement agent, typically the Secret Service, will be reaching out to, Londonderry PD if they're flying into Manchester and saying, we're going to be coming in at this time. We're requesting your assistance with security. If they're going to a venue, they'll coordinate with whatever that venue is for additional resources, whether that's local, state, a combination of both, depending on who it is, what they anticipate the crowd to be. So there's a lot of unknown variables. So to come up with a generic safety plan in advance would be just that. It'd be very generic. That would be time consuming, duplicating efforts that really wouldn't be used when an actual individual is coming into the state. Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can check the sheet, see if there's anybody on the new one, and bring me the next one. All right, online, there were 1 in support, 3 opposed, and everyone that signed up here has spoken. Okay, with that, we'll close that public hearing, and we'll open the next one in just a minute. And for the people in the room, we've got a lot of bills to do today. We're operating under a 3-minute rule. So the only ones that get to violate that are the prime sponsor, and I'm going to look terribly at them if they violate it themselves. So, all right.
Do you want to give us an example of looking terribly at them, Mr. Chairman?
You don't want to see it. You know that face that you give your kids?
Yeah.
Similar, but worse.
Because because it's your face. No.
There you go. Hey, all right. You're all set. All right, the next bill is House Bill 1807. Come on up.
Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony on House Bill 1807. For the record, my name is Katie Peternell. I represent the towns of Wolfboro and Tuftonboro, Carroll District 6. So 1807 came about originally because I thought my original idea for 1807 was to list the tax impact on the local school district. And this bill has completely morphed away from that. It kind of took on a life of its own, even though I have been actively working on it. So that part of the bill had been amended out in committee. But the 1807 is a continuation of increasing transparency for taxpayers and educational trends and funding. So my original idea came from the concept of the Students First Act that passed in 2023, and also last year's House Bill 557, which required posting the per pupil cost on the district warrant articles and the ballot. However, that became a concern in one district, so I'll catch up with that in a second. So while it was being drafted, it also came to my attention that the definition of cost per pupil needed to be amended, and we came up with a rather complicated definition of that. And the Department of Education said, please stick with the original intent of the per pupil cost based on House Bill 1256. So we left that alone. So now this has become changing the mandatory reports, putting them all on one graph instead of 3 multiple graphs, and trying to make it a little bit more transparent. And Representative Colcom is also here, and she will probably be speaking more to that than I will, because she actually worked a little more actively on that since this bill was heard in her committee. One of the other changes we made after listening to feedback from districts was that publication in local newspapers is expensive, and so is sending the reports out for printing on larger size paper. So we reduced the size of the paper and changing posting in the local paper to a may instead of a shall. One of my concerns that is not addressed in this bill is that my local district chose the public postings to be all in the schools. So only people coming in and out of the schools would see these graphs. So I'm not sure what other public places we would choose to require the posting to make it more transparent. It was hard to find on the local website, on the school district website. Although it was there, you had to go through multiple clicks. I don't know how to change that. They followed the law. It was there. The one thing that I do want to make sure that we draw attention to is section 2, which is line 9 on page 2. One district did not list this information on the warrant article. They were only going to include it in the ballot. And we want the voters to see the cost per pupil before the deliberative session or at the deliberative session, so that they can start to make decisions about their voting before they get there, or what they want to address at the deliberative session. And that concludes
Questions
my
from the
testimony.
senators? Senator Lane.
So I have a couple of questions. I'm going to talk first the idea of adjusting for inflation doesn't actually show the truth of what they're paying, does it? So I'm looking at this, as I look at these articles, and I realize we had this bill when I was in education last term and we passed it, but the idea of in several places, a good faith effort shall be made to adjust each annual statistic for inflation. So if my average cost of a teacher is $48,000, adjusted to inflation for what equals a different number you're going to display isn't what I'm actually paying for a teacher. It seems to be, the idea is to give the voter the information of what are we paying for teachers, but somehow we're gonna artificially inflate it, or not artificially, but inflate it with inflation statistics. It doesn't now represent what my teachers are getting paid. I don't understand why we're doing that anymore.
That might be a change you need to address. That came up in the committee changes. So yeah, I think the idea was to show the adjustment for inflation like in the past going forward. So yeah,
But it no longer shows the voter what they're actually paying, because you have a number that's related to something from 10 years ago. Right?
right,
As you adjust it for inflation, that doesn't mean what the number is today.
right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That please
If that,
amend
I'm
whatever
just
you
trying to
need
understand the
to.
intent of
Yeah.
again, the intent is to inform the voter of what's the average salary of a teacher today. That's a known static number.
Right.
And why we're adjusting that number, inflation doesn't
Well, I don't
seem
think
to
we
make
want
any
to
sense.
address the current number for adjust that for inflation. We want to we want the comparison from the past. I'm not a statistician. I know what
So-
I
Follow-up
think
question?
it.
Yes, sir.
So the other thing I saw that in my local school district that I was a little annoyed at was the fact that they do the teachers by average salary, but they don't do the administrators by average salary. They do administrators as a group number. You don't know how many there are. You don't know any of the statistics. You just see, here's the administrators we've decided to block together. I'm going to show you the maximum. Would you agree that maybe it might be, if you're going to do an apples to apples comparison, you know, what we're paying teachers and what we're paying administrators, that grouping them together doesn't actually solve any problem?
I would agree 100%. And that was one of the reasons I also wanted this all on one graph, because we need to make this as simple as possible for the taxpayers when they're looking at it. And they're not going to start analyzing different graphs and how the y-axis changes. And I know that was another issue, was districts were manipulating the y-axis in their favor.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none. Representative?
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Representative Rashay Colcom from Hillsborough District 30. I don't have written testimony today. I think
We don't
Representative.
we
Good.
want you to talk to us.
Good. Representative Pettinell covered it pretty well. I do have a couple of things I'd like to comment on regarding Senator Lang's question regarding the charts. I agree. And that when I was looking at these charts, I was finding that the data was not apples to apples. And I was trying to come up with something that would be more cost effective for our schools so that they did not have to print out 3 separate poster sizes of one line of a graph. I did see in one of our school districts, unfortunately, I couldn't find it last night when I went looking, one of our school districts actually posted the actual costs for the teachers and everything against the inflated rate, so you could see how they were trending. I thought that might have been a good report as well to look at instead of this, because I think we are looking at apples and oranges here with how we're looking at the data. Representative Pettinell mentioned that one of the school districts did not put on the warrant article the information that we were looking for. Instead, they put it on the ballot. So I don't know how many districts this happened to. My concern is with the SB2 districts. As long as the law right now says that the data needs to be put on the ballot, the SB2 districts, therefore, are not required to put it on the warrant article at the deliberative session. When I happened to notice that this information was missing from my school district, I reached out to them and said, where's the data that should be on the warrant article? And the school attorney advised them that the law specifically stated the ballot. So I think we just need to close that little loophole so that the SB2 towns, school districts rather, have the information on their warrant article rather than waiting for the ballot to come up. Again, my focus on the amendment after hearing through the committee and through the Department of Education that the average cost per pupil and some of the areas that we were going to needed a little bit more work. We trimmed this down to just make some corrections on what we had passed previously. So looking at reducing the cost, the amount of printing that was done, the excess printing that was done with the big poster size. I agree that we need to find another place that is publicly available, because a lot of people do not go to the school building to look to see if that's posted on the window at the school door or if it's inside the school. So I think finding someplace else that might be a little bit more accessible would be good. And I think that pretty much covers the areas that I wanted to highlight.
Questions from the senators? Senator Bernard Spoken.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thanks for your suggestions. We have a couple other bills where we're dealing with public notice, so would it may make sense to talk about posting on the website in 2 physical locations in town, maybe?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
I will say that my district does a great job posting on the website. Not all towns do, because when I look at some of the other towns, they do not.
For follow up, if I
Yes,
may,
ma'am.
Mr. Chair. And then it seems like this, is potentially good information to have. I'm a little worried about the logistics of in line 9 of the bill as amended by the House, having it posted prior to the scheduled date of the first budget hearing. I think the timing lines up because the school budget feeds into the main budget, and maybe this is resolved by what you were just saying about including it in the warrant article, but I just wouldn't want to create a situation where, there's sort of the school board can adopt their budget, or the school district can adopt their budget, and the main budget needs to be adopted. So if you could speak to whether that was brought up in the committee hearing, that would be helpful.
I cannot remember specifically what was discussed on that. What I would say on this is the first budget hearing, I was thinking public hearing, so that's why I stopped myself. The first
Yeah.
budget hearing is not necessarily the public hearing.
Yeah.
I would think that it would want to be there for the public hearing, so that before the public hearing, so that those that are coming to address the school board at that point in time can. I don't have an answer for that. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aubrey.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, I live in Bridgewater. I speak in support of this bill. I think it's good that the voters get more information. It needs some changes, though, that are in this bill, and definitely moving up the period or the deadline when it has to be the information given to the public, so before the budget hearing. I think that's definitely a good improvement. The second improvement, instead of having 3 graphs, having 1, easier to see for the public. And also, and I have a copy in my backup, how one of the school districts, Kearsarge, you look at the spacing on the graphs, and you can see it's been manipulated. So having 1 graph, I think, eliminates the opportunity for manipulation of data. And my last point is in section Roman numeral 4A, where they talk about the newer school districts. I'm in SAU 108 Pasquani. This was our first year of operation, and we had a problem with that. I viewed it, they didn't want to do any of the information because they said it's previous 10 years, and we are in year 1, so there's nothing previous. I say we are going to be voting on budget year 2, so you should include year 1. That was the discussion, the difference. So I went back to the Department of Education. Their lawyers looked at it, and they actually saw it the way I did. My school district, they didn't agree with that, and they didn't do it at all. And so I think we're going to have the same problem next year. And the wording in there in section 4A, it says all available years. That's not really going to solve the problem, because they're going to say next year we're going to be voting on year 3, and they're going to say you're in year 2, so we only have to put year 1. That's all that's available. So that's not solving it. And so I have a suggestion to amend it a little bit. If the district has fewer than 10 years of historical data for the required graphs in paragraphs 3 and 4, the upcoming budget year to be voted on counts towards the calculation of previous 10 years. So I suggest something like that to fix that problem, because I think we're going to have the same problem again for newer school districts. Otherwise, I support the bill, and that's it. Those are the
Give
reasons.
that markup to
Yes.
him. He'll make copies and give it to the committee. All right. Don't go now. We'll get that in a minute. All right. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can check the sheet. All right. People that signed up, there were 5 additional people who signed up, did not wish to speak. And there were 4 signed up in support and 58 signed up opposed. And with that, we will close the public hearing. Open the next one in just a minute. Thank you. Why don't you grab the sign? You didn't do that before you left. Sign. Representative, is there a representative here? Okay, if you'd introduce yourself and the bill is House Bill 590.
Good morning, Election Law Committee. My name is Louise Andrus, representative. I represent Merrimack District 5, Andover, Danbury Hill, Salisbury, and Webster. And please excuse me because I get nervous. I also live in the Merrimack Valley School District, which comprises of the towns of Loudon, Boscawen, 2 districts in Pennycook, Salisbury, and Webster. There's only one reason I'm here today, and I put this bill forward. For many years now, I have been involved, about 14 years, with the Merrimack Valley School District. And I believe other school districts go through the same thing. The smaller towns, and even sometimes the larger towns, want to elect their own school board member, and it's impossible. And that's the only reason I brought forward this bill. Now, there's an amendment on this bill I know nothing about because I had nothing to do with it. And the reason I really brought this forward was several years ago, a young man from Loudon ran for school board. Now, Loudon is one of the larger towns. The voters in that town worked very hard to put this young man, he had young children, he wanted to be on the school board, but when it came to election day, he lost. And the other person who had been on the school board for 20 years won the election. We need all ages of people on our school boards, but we also need younger people. And if we can't elect people from our own town, we know these people that run for school board. I would say on the average, most people don't even know who they're voting for when they go to the polls and vote for school board members in other towns. And that's about all I've got to say. Thank you.
Questions from senators? Senator Lang.
So as I read this bill, it's gonna look to overwrite, if this changes to bylaws or article of agreement of an existing cooperative school district, the law would preempt those bylaws and articles of agreement.
Okay, on the articles of agreements, if a law passed that we all voted in our own towns as school board members, all articles of agreements or charters or whatever runs the school district will have to change.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people who signed up did not wish to speak. All opposed the bill. The online signups were 3 in support and 53 opposed. And with that, we'll close the public hearing. Yep, bring up the next one. We have a couple of minutes, but all right, with that, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's either that or bring them in additional days. So, I don't know about you, but I'm here enough.
Thank you.
All right. If somebody wants to go into executive session, all those, do I have a second? I'm voting second to go into executive session. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Executive session. Senator, you want to take out a bill?
I mean, we can start with what we've heard if you guys are ready to.
What I thought was yeah. No. Well, what bill did you want to do?
I did not have a specific bill in mind. I merely thought we should use the time.
The one that I was thinking about was the
1660.
planning for the events.
Oh, yeah, 1667.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the Department of Safety made a compelling case.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chair, I'd move ITL on House Bill 1667.
Second.
Any discussion?
I think this bill was well intentioned, but to provide true security, I think our public safety folks made the point that, a lot of that needs to be kept quite out of the public eye. So I think that's a good point, and we should defer to their wisdom.
Further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of ITL motion say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay.
Move consent.
Do we have an objection to
Second.
consent?
Nope.
All right, all in favor of consent say aye.
Aye.
And Senator Perkins proposal.
Sure.
Anything else?
So do you want to take up the secure boxes? I think I was okay with that bill minus a date change. To give the secretary a little more time. I don't know if there was anything else there we had any objection with other than the date.
No, I thought it was a good bill. I didn't see exactly the language that was giving you pause. Obviously, the effective date is 60 days after passage, but
So if we do it 60 days after passage, then the very top sentence says, the Secretary of State shall,
before
before any election, which
Yeah.
means that would be
Okay,
effective the next election, and I was a little concerned about timing, so if we just pushed it out to the day after the general election, if he can do it sooner, he does it, but if not, then he's lined up for the next state election in 28.
Sure. I thought the secretary's testimony was that he would be fine with it as long as it was a date after the primary, because his intention is to roll this out.
I'm
to
just
the
being
general.
as cautious as possible.
Give 'em a
Again,
little
as
extra.
he said, he can act on it now. He doesn't even need this law to do it. He could always do those boxes. My concern is we do a shall and he doesn't need it. And now, you know,
Yeah, I mean, personally, I would love to see something more secure in place for the general, and where the secretary said that he was intending that anyway. I mean, I personally would love to do like October 1st or something for the effective date.
I'll let the chair break the tie.
Okay.
I'm gonna go January the 1st, 2027.
He also, Secretary of State also mentioned deleting the Help America Vote Act.
Yep.
Because he's using other monies for that now.
So striking all of the bold print starting on line 11 all the way to the end. Or actually all the way.
I would just say on line 12, eliminate starting with using available funding pursuant to.
So the first sentence starting on line 11 in bold, leave the rest. The one that starts with the Secretary of State shall prepare this annual progress report. We'll leave that in place. Get rid of the sentence above it.
Okay.
I don't, because you've got lines 3 through 5 up there, I don't know that you need any of that bolded text, do you?
Well, the last sentence is about reporting, an annual reporting requirement.
All right, so if you stop at the period on 14,
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
all right?
So I'll move that amendment. I'll move auto pass,
Second.
and I'll move an amendment to
Ryan moves out of pass.
strike the sentence starting on line 11 with the secretary and ending with the period that follows that, and change the effective date to January 1 of 27.
And I will support your amendment, though I would prefer to see these secure ballot boxes in place for the general election, given all the uncertainty we've been hearing about, which has died down, but who knows what will be happening in November. Thank you.
As, you know, I was a moderator for 20 plus, almost 30 years. Okay, I always used the Secretary of State's boxes. I always made sure that I had the filament tape. I always made sure I had the secure tape. I always sealed my boxes up. And I never had a problem with those boxes, recounts, anything else. There are people who want to go to a reusable box. Like I say, when I was involved in that, they were much bigger boxes at the time, and you could actually slip something in that backside if you didn't have two seals on it. And we did have problems with the seals adhering to the box. You noticed when the secretary was taking the seal off of the box, there was a large section of that seal that came off in one piece. Okay. As those boxes get older, okay, you're going to have additional problems with those seals on those boxes. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying that that's something that they're going to have to address as they go forward. We have had complaints in the past about other boxes and people that put too much tape on the boxes, that the seals could be peeled off if you really worked at it because of the tape being there and not adhering to the box material itself. So you've been there, done that. And, you know, it's not a bad idea, but it's, you know, something that, one of the things that I was doing was taking the tape, when you peel the tape off, the red and stuff comes with it, okay? And using that to actually go over the ends of the seals to make sure that, you know, the seals stayed there and stuff. So it's, you know, don't think that this is going to be the complete solution to this thing, but
Well, again, I like the idea of a standardization, so, and
Amen.
it improves security, so.
Yes.
all right. So we have motion vote to pass with committee amendment. Does everybody understand the committee amendment? Okay. The motion is ought to pass with the committee amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Is there any objection to consent?
No.
No objection to consent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, and Senator Lang, you get this one. And with that, do I have a motion to come out of executive
So
session?
moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All those in favor say aye. All
Aye.
those opposed say nay. We're out of executive session. Still have the sheet.
Yes, someone else signed up.
Oh, somebody else signed up. All right. And we're into 1309. As soon as you're ready. Representative,
Hi.
I think we're ready for you.
Okay. There were a couple of emails that were sent to you.
State your name first.
Oh, sorry. Representative Kelly Potenza, Stratford District 19. So HB 1309, there was, like I said, there were a couple different emails that were sent to you about the reasoning of this bill. I printed out 3 copies just in case. I don't know if you need all of them. I'll keep one. And wow, there's a lot. They did more than that. Okay.
Just to remind everybody, we are on a 3-minute time limit.
Well, it's only me, I think, anyway.
No, I already have the sheet. So.
Okay.
There's not many more than you, but there are.
Okay. So basically, the reason for this bill is, a couple different things. I had 2 constituents that came to me, and so this basically clarifies that warrant articles must clearly and neutrally state the subject matter, the intent, and the effect of action being proposed without commentary, justification, or narrative language. The committee actually took the original portion of the bill and they amended it. And I am very happy with it's what you have now, except for it's missing one word, which is the piece about deception. So, which needs to be added back in, and I'm hoping that you guys can do that. Why this change is needed, and it's good for voters of all political affiliations. So, of course, town meeting is one of New Hampshire's most important democratic institutions. For it to function fairly, voters must be able to understand from the warrant itself what they are being asked to approve or reject. When the warrant articles include persuasive language, explanatory narratives, or value judgments, they can influence voters before debate even begins, undermining the open deliberative process that town meeting is meant to protect. So this amendment restores basically a simple rule. The warrant should state what the article does, not argue why voters should support it. Advocacy belongs in discussion on the floor, public hearings, and informal sessions, not embedded in the legal notice that defines the scope of the vote. So this also aligns with existing law and the New Hampshire Supreme Court reasoning. So New Hampshire law has long recognized that voters are entitled to clear, accurate notice of the business to be conducted at town meeting. RSA 39.2 already requires that the subject matter of the business be stated in the warrant. And then RSA 40.13 similarly emphasizes voter notice and transparency in mutual decision-making. And the New Hampshire Supreme Court, of course, has repeatedly held that warrant articles must provide voters with sufficient information to understand the nature and the legal effect of what is being proposed, and that actions taken outside the scope of the proper notice are invalid. Key principles that appear in cases such as the appeal of the town of Seabrook, recognizing the importance of accurate warrant notice to voter understanding,
and the petition of the city of Nashua and related municipal notice cases where the court emphasized that voters must not be misled by ambiguous or incomplete warrant language. And there's, of course, tons of advisory opinions. So I'm just going to give you an example of some problematic language that has been brought to me actually from some of the co-sponsors that are on the bill as well. And I'm not going to name any towns. So warrant articles that include like policy arguments where they say necessary or essential, critically needed. So this benefits, of course, municipalities and taxpayers. It reduces voter confusion and misunderstanding, increases confidence in town meeting outcomes, lowers the risk of post-meeting legal challenges, and provides clearer, uniform guidance to local officials. And I won't go on. I have another page, but like I said, the bill as is right now, as amended by Representative Powers Committee, it just needs one word. And the reason why it needs this one word.
Word and where?
Yes, exactly. And I have it, and I'll send it to you. So they left the word out of deception, and that's really the issue. So what was sent to the committee in the original bill was the subject matter of all business to be acted upon at the town meeting shall be distinctly and clearly stated in the warrant and shall not contain any language that is commentary, justification, or narrative. The intent and effect of each warrant article shall be stated without deception or ambiguity. Now it says, as you can read, it says, and the intent and effect of each warrant article shall be stated clearly and without commentary or ambiguity. So it needs deception in there. And the reason why it needs deception is because of this is what is needed by the court. So, and you guys were given this example in email, and I just printed it out for you. The judge specifically in a court case needed that information to rule. The example that you guys were given, it was the main reason for me filing this legislation in the first place. So it's necessary to have if or when a warrant article is challenged in court, because the court would be the entity to determine and define deception if challenged. They would be the nonpartisan, unbiased entity. So that's why it's absolutely needed. So this bill is ready to go, except for adding back in the word
Questions from the
deception.
senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. All right. Brody? Liz, you're a support, so I'm going to put you last, but the two.
believe I was speaking.
Oh, is that right?
Did I check the wrong box? I apologize.
You did, but, all right. You rechecked and not speaking, huh? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for taking my testimony this morning. For the record, Brody DeShays, I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We are opposed to House Bill 1309 as amended by the House. So House Bill 1309 amends RSA 39:2, the law that outlines the process for conducting town meetings and the requirements for the warrant. The bill's current language would require municipalities to not only state the subject matter of all business to be acted upon, but also, quote, the intent and effect stated clearly without commentary and ambiguity. Currently, the selectmen are required to only distinctly state each question on the warrant to be acted upon, nothing more, nothing less. That's the requirement. Current law does not allow them to add additional language. And if municipalities are doing this, then it's contrary to what's written in RSA 39:2. While the intent of House Bill 1309 was to prohibit commentary or ambiguity in questions on the warrant, the bill inadvertently requires some level of commentary for each warrant article's intent and effect. The purpose of the warrant is to place just a clear question asking about whether or not you want to adopt a specific policy, whether or not the voters of the town want to appropriate a certain amount of money for a specific purpose. To fulfill the bill's actual intent, it would be clear to place the term without commentary or ambiguity on lines 10 and 11 to line 9 after the term distinctly stated. So the sentences on line 8 and 9 would read, the subject matter of all business to be acted upon at the town meeting shall be distinctly stated, comma, without commentary or ambiguity, comma, in the warrant. We think that language would be redundant because municipalities are already not supposed to be adding commentary or ambiguity to these questions. They're supposed to be clear, yes, no questions, usually on appropriations. But if the committee would choose to amend the bill, want to make it more clear that commentary and ambiguity is not permitted on the warrant, that's where we would recommend adding it. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from senators? Senator Burks? Okay.
Yeah, thank you for being here. My question in reading this was sort of who decides whether the article is stated clearly and without commentary or ambiguity?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think that's a key problem with adding in this type of additional language to RSA 39:2, because that could really be in the eye of the beholder and require folks to go to court and sue and determine whether or not that question was legally stated and posted properly.
Additional questions? Senator Lang?
But Brody, you do agree that towns shouldn't be using words like necessary, right, in a warrant article? Like, we have to do our highway garage because it's necessary in order to, if we're voting to buy a bond, a new building, and words like that are conclusionary, that would lead a voter to a conclusion rather than allowing the voter to make its own determination.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think I would have to look specifically at questions that would use the word necessary. I mean, at times maybe it is necessary for an appropriation to keep a building open. So you might include that. And I don't know if that would necessarily be leading the voters. It would just be saying, if you don't make this appropriation, that's necessary to keep this building open. I can hear maybe in your example might sound like it was leading, but I think at a certain point we have to have some faith in our local officials that they're just trying to clearly state these questions, requesting an appropriation that the voters can clearly understand what's being asked of them and whether or not to vote yes or no.
So I'm just going to follow up on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think you kind of proved the point, as in what is the word necessary could be ambiguous depending on how it's used. I mean, there's a difference between we need to raise $1 million. $1 million is necessary to keep the building open versus the building is necessary to keep open. I mean, we're splitting hairs here, but I can see Senator Lang's point in that depending on the word, you could steer a voter a certain way. And quite frankly, I probably am of the position where, you should just place the warrant on there without any commentary, but I can see where that commentary can definitely drive a certain agenda. So would you agree?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I would agree, and especially because you'll notice on lines 8 and 9, it says the subject matter of all business to be acted upon at the town meeting shall be distinctly stated in the warrant. And that's it. They're just supposed to distinctly state the question. So this additional language that's being added, I mean, in reality, voters should be asking their local officials to just be distinctly stating the language. They should just follow the current statute.
Okay. I was going to follow up, but I'm not going to follow up.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cordell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Cordell Johnston. I am I'm the moderator in the town of Henniker. I'm also an attorney who represents a number of towns. I have submitted a letter, which I hope you all have. If anyone needs a copy, I can give you a copy. I oppose the bill. I think it is wholly unnecessary. As I said in my letter, this statute has been in place with this language for at least 100 years. I didn't research it back farther than that. If, as I said in my letter, if there's a problem with the language of a warrant article, if it's unclear or if it has improper commentary, that can be amended at the town meeting. That's the whole point of having the meeting. If there's something improper in the article, it can be clarified at the town meeting. So go to the meeting, and if the article says that it is necessary, you can have a debate about whether it is necessary, and that should solve the problem. The other thing is, as I said in my letter, there are in fact articles that require commentary by law. Special warrant articles require a notation stating whether the selectmen or the budget committee support the article. Zoning amendments require a statement of whether, petition zoning amendments require a statement of whether the planning board supports the amendment. So by saying you can't have any commentary, you'd be
contradicting existing law, and that creates a conflict. So the law works as it is. I don't think it's necessary, and I would urge you to kill it.
Questions from senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I must admit, I forgot to start the timer when you started, so you did well. All right. That is the last person who has signed up on these sheets. And online, there were 4 in support, 20 opposed, and there were 2 people who did not wish to speak, and they were both in support. With that, we'll close the public hearing and start the next one in just a minute. Next bill is House Bill 1602. And who's here to?
Representative Lynn, it's your bill, right?
1062, is that?
1060. Oh, 1062, yeah.
1062, I thought you said 60.
Just my dyslexia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Bob Lynn. I'm state representative from Wyndham, Rockingham District 17, and I'm the sponsor of 1062. I introduced this bill at the request of the Secretary of State, who is here and I believe will also be testifying. It's basically designed to give him the authority to conduct random audits of citizenship to verify that people who have claimed they're citizens really are citizens. I think it's a worthwhile piece of legislation. I saw just I got an email literally this morning, or maybe it was last night, from a group opposing it, basically saying there's no problem with non-citizens voting, so we don't need to do this. I think the reality is that we just don't know to what extent non-citizens vote. I certainly would agree. I'm not suggesting for a minute that I think that there's, some huge number of non-citizens voting, because I think if that were the case, we would know that. But in terms of what is the extent of potential non-citizens voting, I think we don't know that, and I don't really see any reason that the Secretary of State shouldn't have the ability to conduct audits. Secretary Scanlon also showed me, I guess, Senator Perkins Coker, you have a proposed amendment that he and I looked. I don't have any problem with your proposed amendment, and to the extent it's designed to, make sure that stuff remains private. I don't have any problem with that. The only thing I guess I have a question about is I did see that the last section of the amendment would basically sunset the bill in 2029. Mm-hmm. I guess I have mixed feelings about it. I'm not quite sure why that would be necessary, but I mean, if that's the view, I suppose if audits were conducted between now and then, and no problem were discovered, then I suppose it wouldn't be unreasonable to say if the legislature wanted to continue it, they could pass a new bill. On the other hand, I'm not quite sure why it's necessary, but that's the only issue that I have with anything in your proposed amendment.
All
and
right.
I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions from the senators?
So again, those blanket statements that say there's no problem, we don't know if there's a problem because we've never audited to check to see if there's a problem. So you can't make
Exactly.
a statement either way because we don't know.
We don't know. I mean, we do have a very, very large number of illegal immigrants in the country. And I think that that in itself gives some reason to want to ensure that only citizens are voting.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Mary Dana is again signed up and not indicated whether she wants to speak or not. Okay. Sarah? And just a reminder, we are on a 3-minute time limit.
Okay, good morning. My name is Sarah Ortiz, Public Policy Fellow with Open Democracy, and I'm here today in opposition to House Bill 1062. Over the past 26 years, there have been 8 documented instances of non-citizens voting in New Hampshire elections. That low number is not a sign that we aren't looking hard enough. I believe that it is reflection of reality. People that are living here illegally are not willing to give up their livelihood to cast a ballot. And for the few number of people who did choose to do that, the system worked and it caught them. Despite this, House Bill 1062 gives the Secretary of State broad authority to randomly audit registered voters and refer flagged voters to the Attorney General. But it never explains how that randomization is actually going to work. Worse than that, it seems that, from what I've heard, the results of this randomized audit aren't going to be made public, meaning we're being asked to authorize an audit program with no explanation of how voters will be randomly audited and no public accountability for what, if anything, is actually found. That lack of transparency alone, I believe, should give this committee some serious pause. This bill also leaves a significant question unanswered. What happens to someone who gets purged from the voter checklist? There's no process laid out for a person to challenge their referral or to get their name back on the list. This is problematic because we all know that database errors are common. Lawful voters get incorrectly flagged all the time, and under this bill, that error could land them in front of the Attorney General with no way to fight back. Despite creating an entirely new audit apparatus, this bill also carries no fiscal note. The cost of staffing, data access, and potential litigation are completely unknown. I have heard that this will be done during downtime, but perhaps that downtime in the office should be used doing voter outreach for the new changes in voter laws. HB 1062 doesn't strengthen election integrity. It consolidates unchecked power, puts lawful voters in an impossible situation, and adds unknown costs, all without evidence of a problem that even exists. So I ask you to please vote inexpedient to legislate.
Questions from senators? Are you aware that when a person is removed, there's a process already in law for notifying them, 30-day letter, etc.?
I am aware of that. My concern with that would be, what if somebody's in the hospital or they're deployed or they moved and they haven't changed their address? There are lots of variables added into that as well.
And if someone is removed from the list, they were previously registered, and unless there's some kind of an indication that there was some kind of a prosecution, the only thing they would have to do is prove identity and domicile.
And their citizenship. If I understand, is that not what this is for, is to go back and look at citizenship of?
Unless they were removed from the list by some kind of prosecution, they were previously registered. And the state law right now says that if you're previously registered, that you only need to prove identity and domicile.
Okay.
You aware of that?
The way that I understand this bill is it's a look back at people who used an affidavit to swear to their citizenship, which would then mean that they would have to prove that citizenship if they are flagged by the system. So it's not that easy for everybody to prove that, and the 30-day time period might not cover somebody who needs to get that documentation elsewhere.
Well, you may want to talk to me, because if they are not a citizen and were removed from the list for that reason, then they would have been completely removed from the list. But other than that, they would be able to re-register.
Can you tell me, I don't actually even see in the bill where they remove anybody from the list other than refer anybody who's suspected of being a non-citizen voted to be referred to the Attorney General. I don't actually see anywhere in here where it removes anybody from the list if the Secretary of State in an audit determines their citizenship is questionable.
Okay, then I may have misunderstood that. My understanding was they are removed and sent, or maybe it's they're sent and then removed from the Attorney General. I would have to look back over the bill and get back to you on that.
What it says is if the audit reveals information of any potential non-citizens on the checklist, the information shall be submitted to the Attorney General for further review and appropriate action. Nothing about the checklist whatsoever.
Okay.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Lisa? Kovack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Lisa Kovack. I am the new director of the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, which is a nonpartisan coalition working to protect the right to vote, modernize our elections, and support our election officials. Maintaining the integrity of New Hampshire's voter rolls is a goal shared by the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights. But the bill, as currently written, raises questions about privacy, accuracy, and accountability. So I'm going to talk about these three things: privacy, accuracy, and accountability. So one, a key concern that I see is regarding privacy and data security risks. This would allow sensitive voter data, including, names, addresses, social security numbers, et cetera, to be shared with, in particular, private databases without potentially adequate safeguards. So the Secretary of State has an obligation to protect the private data of New Hampshire citizens. So New Hampshire should not expose its citizens' data to federal or particular private databases that may in some cases lack adequate data security protections, inadequate encryption, insufficient access controls, systems that permanently store sensitive voter data. And in addition to that, like aggregating voter registration information with commercial data in this way could potentially, even if not intended, could facilitate identity theft, foreign interference, or the targeted removal of voters from the rolls. Even if it's not intentioned, right? It could be an unforeseen consequence. The second concern is around accuracy. So the use of private databases is for voter roll maintenance is relatively new. It's potentially problematic. And we're seeing the consequences of this play out in other states that have tried to do it. So for example, in other states, the Secretary of State has used like unverified consumer credit data reporting, for example, like from the Experian company, to check voters' addresses. And it's resulted in thousands of people being made inactive because the way that those algorithms work, they sort of guess at your address. If your spending history crosses state lines, you can be flagged as having moved. They're just quite inaccurate and really don't have an appropriate place in the state maintenance of a voter list. The third thing is around accountability and transparency, which is just to say that as currently written, the bill does not require the Secretary of State to publish any public report on the methodology, the scope, or the results of such audits. And so then there's no way to know whether the audits are truly random and how accurate, like how many voters are affected and like whether any errors were caught. That's an easy fix. And I think in my view, not doing so would be a missed opportunity to build trust in New Hampshire elections. And then lastly, I would say it's a questionable use of taxpayer resources because it may pool people's staff time away from other tasks. So it's just the return on investment is
Questions from the senators?
questionable at best. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman? Yep. I feel we're talking about two different bills here. What I have in front of me seems pretty straightforward, even with Senator Perkins Cuoca's amendment. And you're talking about identity theft, and you're talking about consumer fraud, and you're talking about, you got to help bridge that here, because we're talking about stuff way down the line, and I'm looking at this bill, and I don't see that in this bill.
I think removing the reference to private databases would go a long way in improving the data security risks.
Got it. Perfect.
Additional questions? Senator Lane?
Don't you think an important part of data integrity is doing an audit to validate that the data is in fact solid?
Audits can be a best practice in terms of ensuring confidence in elections, yes. But the results of such audits should be made public.
So have you had a chance to see Senator Perkins Cuoca's amendment? And given that amendment, do you have different concerns
This
about?
will mandate a public report on the methodology, the scope, the findings of the audit. Great.
So you would support it that way?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Neil Kirk.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Neil Kirk. I live in Ware, and I'm representing myself. I support this bill. It's a very important bill to make sure that our tradition of fair elections is continued, and I applaud the Secretary of State and Representative Lynn for bringing it forward. There are 4 things that need to be amended to make this bill better. The first one is privacy. There are 2 aspects. Any data that the Secretary of State sends out to these private or public databases the Secretary of State needs to make sure that that data is not kept by those other organizations. The data that I've supplied to the Secretary of State for voting purposes is private. He can use it for various purposes, but it should not become the possession of someone else. The second part of the privacy issue has to do with data that's retained by the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State is going to get all sorts of data about these individuals from these databases. I don't want to see dossiers created in the Secretary of State's office for all of these random people where we now have information about them that is no business of the Secretary of State to retain. He needs it to make his decision. He does not need it to retain. Number 2, like all programs the legislature starts, we usually fail to, the legislature usually fails to put in criteria as to whether or not the program is successful and what the measurement should be. I think we need to publish the fact that there were so many audits done and so many findings of this or that so that people can determine either before 2029 or otherwise whether or not this program was successful and whether it should be continued. Third, training. Somewhere in the bill or through the Secretary of State's determination, there has to be some kind of training so that the people who are doing the work are doing it consistently. And because the person who's investigating subject A uses one set of criteria and the person who's investigating subject B uses a different set of criteria, that's not fair to anyone and will skew the results. I think that needs to be addressed. And finally, with respect to the randomness, perhaps there needs to be more of a definition to address the total numbers of people that the Secretary of State is going to do, and to make sure that there is no bias in the selection of these folks. Those are my 4 comments. I hope the Senator's amendment will take care of them, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perkins has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. Thank you for being here. The language that I included on the privacy it basically just does remove the private databases. In your opinion, is that sufficient for the privacy concerns you're raising, or?
I need to see that language, and I'd like an opportunity to send you some suggested changes.
Absolutely.
Additional questions? Seeing none, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did you want to go,
Pass that to Representative.
Liz?
Thank you, sir.
Two sets of testimonies that are related to it. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. And in that role, I am sometimes informed when people have issues with elections, including being purged in a way that was inappropriate. And so one of the pieces of testimony that I'm passing around is from Cheryl Houston, a voter in Peterborough. She and her husband got one of those notices that Senator Gray referred to that said they had 30 days to protest or explain away the reason they were purged. Turns out they were purged for a legal reason. That is, their house had been placed into a trust, which triggered an address change. And they took their papers down to the town hall and got it all straightened out. That happened in January of 2025. And before she went to town hall, she contacted me and other league members and said, "What do I do? What's happening here? Why is this happening?" We discussed it and told her what she needed to do, and that's when she discovered it was triggered by the trust. All right, that's fine. She was knowledgeable enough that she knew she needed to take action. She asked us what action was needed, and she did that. My concern with this bill is twofold. One, Cheryl was also went to vote this year in her town school district election in March, and the names had again been taken off the list, this time without one of those 30-day letters. They figured out when she was at the polling place that it probably related to last year's issue. And again, they were able to resolve it, but this should not have happened. We're not clear in this bill today what would happen to somebody whose evidence is inconclusive about citizenship. Someone who does not have a passport, who does not have a birth certificate in New Hampshire, and the result is this person may or may not be a citizen. If that person is referred to the Attorney General's office, will there be an attempt to ask the town to purge this person until they can prove citizenship? I follow all this election law. I'm fine with it. I understand if I got a letter like that, I'd say, darn it. I was very polite there. Say, darn it, I am a citizen. And I know exactly what I need to do to prove this, and I would take care of it. But in my role with thank you, I will speed up. In my role with the League of Women Voters, I realized that not all average citizens would do that. And I'm thinking if I didn't know about this bill, I would say, this is a scam. Here is somebody trying to get personal information, asking me for a birth certificate or a passport, and darn it, I'm not going to do it, and I won't submit that. And then I would go to vote thinking I avoided a scam and find I'm not on the rolls. So I think there are problems with this legislation as written. I have not seen the amendment. I'm hoping that solves some of it, but I am worried about it. Thank you very much.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much, Liz. All right. Look, maybe Dylan.
Morning, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dylan Hoey, and I am the director of the New Hampshire Alliance of Immigrants and Refugees, otherwise known as New Hampshire AIR. We're the only organization in the state of New Hampshire that advocates exclusively for immigrant and refugee communities. And we strongly oppose HB 1062, which would permit the New Hampshire Secretary of State to conduct random audits of citizenship qualifications of registered voters. As a former federal official, and I'm speaking now in my current capacity, I adjudicated and verified U.S. citizenship regularly. I was also trained to guard against bias and discrimination in adjudications, particularly discrimination based on national origin. In my personal view, this bill attempts to address a problem that is virtually non-existent. According to the Conservative Heritage Foundation, there have been 29 adjudicated cases of voter fraud in New Hampshire between 2006 and 2024. None of those cases involved non-citizen voters. Instead, this bill promotes suspicion toward lawful New Hampshire voters, including U.S. citizens born abroad, naturalized citizens, and voters whose names or personal characteristics are deemed suspicious, quote unquote. In practice, the staffers tasked with this audit will likely rely on records or databases, private or not, such as which are known to contain incomplete or unverifiable information. They will inevitably use identifiers such as surnames or national origin to determine who should be subject to an audit. Florida implemented a similar program in 2012. Independent analysis found that over 80% of those flagged for investigation were people of color. Among those targeted was a 91-year-old World War II veteran and Bronze Star recipient. He was born in Brooklyn, but was nevertheless forced to prove his citizenship. And ultimately, federal courts blocked or invalidated key aspects of Florida's program as unlawful, including violations of federal voter registration protections. So it is in my view, and the view of New Hampshire Air, that HB 1062 would drain state resources because it would likely be in violation of federal voter registration protections. It would divert election officials from legitimate election administration, and it would risk disenfranchising U.S. citizens during an election year. For these reasons, we urge you to vote ITL. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amanda?
Hey, good morning, Chairperson, committee members. My name is Amanda Azad. I am the Policy Director at the ACLU of New Hampshire. We are here to also oppose HB 1062 that allows the state of New Hampshire to hand over private voter information to unknown databases, including private companies and any federal agency with no guardrails. This bill is lacking details about what happens with that data after it is shared, who then owns that data, who is it shared with, and who has access to it. Counter to New Hampshire's small and local government values, a bill like this may encourage a big federal database of personal and sensitive information with no transparency or accountability that will be stored for unknown period of time and shared with unknown entities and agencies. And of course, it opens the door to all sorts of private companies. Allowing New Hampshire to share personal and sensitive information of our registered voters with, quote, any and all governmental and private databases would be, in my opinion, reckless. The idea of sharing personal data with databases in this manner should bring alarm to anyone, regardless of political belief or party. New Hampshire voters should not have to accept this lack of privacy in order to cast their ballot. This is not just about the current federal administration. This is sharing personal and sensitive information with unknown databases within the federal government and beyond, where it could be used for surveillance. It may be held for long-term storage, and it's unclear exactly who will have access and what it will be used for and if it will be shared. Weighing the situation, we are giving away major privacy rights, despite the fact, as many have mentioned, that non-citizens registering to vote rarely ever happens. It sounds flashy, and it is causing a political uproar, but it is something that we hardly ever see. It rarely ever happens, and when it does, it's often by mistake in other states at DMVs.
Notice that you've got another page to read. You've only got a minute left.
That's fine. I'm
Go ahead.
sharing the views of many who have already testified. When people are filling out paperwork
That's against
and
the
they
Senate rules. You're supposed to new stuff only.
When people are checking boxes at the DMV and mistakenly register themselves to vote. This would have a discriminatory effect on people who are not born in New Hampshire or not born in the US, who are US citizens, especially children who have been naturalized as citizens with their parents when they were young and have always called New Hampshire home. One of the questions here is, what is the enforcement step after the audit? Then what? How are we going to navigate the many errors plaguing these private and federal databases? Overall, there's a lack of details and clarity and security measures here. This bill is only 3 lines and is not complete and requires serious considerations. Will more people need to be hired for the state government to do this, and how much will it cost taxpayers? What is the process? What are the checks and balances? For privacy reasons alone, we cannot pass a bill like this. Any future administration, it's not just about the current administration, can use this information. Why would we give the data to private actors? Thank you for your time.
Questions from the senators?
So I found your conversation interesting in terms of you were talking about the inaccuracies of state and federal databases, while at the same time we're looking to audit to protect a state and local database to make sure it's accurate. How would we possibly make it accurate if we don't audit the data?
So I would say that other states have done similar things, and it has not been a problem that needed to be addressed in the first place. So, for example, Louisiana did something similar. They looked over 4 decades of voting information, went through it. They found possibly 70 folks who were not citizens who might have voted. 70. So we're weighing a very small benefit over looking at federal, not state agencies. I think it would be a different conversation if we were keeping the information within our own state. We currently hold that data. We would be maintaining ownership over it, and we could review it ourselves within our own databases. That would be a very different hearing, I think.
Yep.
So you do realize, especially in New Hampshire, given in the House of Representatives, where a new number of races are decided by less than 25 votes on a regular basis. So a count of 70 people voting could swing an election. But again, I go back to my question is, how do we maintain integrity of the database without doing an audit of the database?
I think we can have that conversation, but historically, New Hampshire values privacy, I think, at a much higher level than what this bill is offering us. So we quite literally have a state constitutional right to privacy. That's how much it's part of our culture. So I don't think that this is a good way to navigate it, and there needs to be a much broader conversation and much more detailed language, if anything.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Appreciate
Secretary
you.
of State.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, here in support of House Bill 1062. This bill is about voter confidence. And for many years, a voter could walk into a polling place, an individual could walk into a polling place who was not registered without any documentation whatsoever, and by filling out affidavits, could prove their qualifications under the penalties of voter fraud and get their name on the checklist. Today, the laws have changed, and a voter going into a polling place now has to provide documentation to actually prove those things. And there's a lot of scrutiny, both nationally and within New Hampshire, about the voters who are actually on the voter checklist. Any voter in this state or in the nation has a right to know who is participating in the election process, those names that are on the checklist, and that those individuals are in fact qualified to be able to vote in an election. So what this bill does is simply allows the Secretary of State to conduct random audits just to make sure, within reason, that the voters who signed affidavits to prove citizenship are in fact qualified to vote in the state. There's nothing in here that requires a purge of voters. In fact, the law in other places is very specific on how a voter can be removed from the checklist. There is a process in place. What this bill envisions is simply that if there is a voter that is, whose qualifications are in question, would have that name delivered to the Attorney General's office, and they would review it further, and if appropriate, take further action. If a person is not a citizen and they're on the checklist, then then the Attorney General, through whatever means they have, would end up removing that individual. In terms of privacy of the voter database, the laws already in statute are very clear about keeping confidential voter data confidential. And former Representative Neil Kirk behind me is the individual who is in large part responsible to that, especially in terms of the voter database. And we take that responsibility very, very seriously. In fact, the U.S. Department of Justice has sued New Hampshire because we refused to hand over the entire database of information related to voters because our law does not support it in the state. And we do not believe the federal law authorizes them to obtain that information in the way that we're requesting. So again, that is a role that we take very seriously. I have received a proposed amendment from Senator Perkins Quokka, which I think is helpful in better defining.
Why don't we, you're at your time, so why don't we let Senator Perkins Cook ask you a question about it so that you'll have additional time to speak about her
Very
amendment.
good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Perkins Cook.
Secretary, do you have anything additional you would like to say about the amendment language?
I think the amendment is really helpful. It requires us to make sure that we have a random, statistically sound process for doing this. I would have no objection of letting know what that system would be before we engage in it. I would call for reports afterwards. It talks about voter privacy. And then there's a sunset provision in here that I think is appropriate. If we need to conduct further audits, we can come back to the legislature and ask for it.
Thank you, Secretary.
Senator Lang.
So again, just to make sure I'm reading this right. So this is not the entire voter checklist. This is strictly the voters on that checklist who didn't provide documentation, but instead did it by just an affidavit saying, I swear.
That's correct.
Thank you.
On the original bill, line 5 talks about that the Secretary of State may use other databases. I don't see the word share, and that was the point of a lot of the conversations that we've had with the other people until line 16, where, and certainly I object to the word share being in that line. Again, use of that database and then, but not sharing. Comment on that?
All we're trying to do is verify the citizenship qualification of the voter. I don't intend to share the data. Certainly, we will scrutinize whatever database that we would use in this process. We have looked at the SAVE database, which is a federal database that can be used for this purpose, but we have concerns about what it means to use that system and what happens to the data. So we have not engaged in that opportunity, and will not until we're confident that voter data from New Hampshire is protected.
Okay, additional questions from senators? Senator Lang.
So again, the way I viewed the word share there was if you subscribe to a database that provides vital record information that's not state-owned but a private entity. If you go put in Tim Lang in there, you're technically sharing that data. It's not that you're giving the data, but you're querying their database with my data, and that's the shared activity you're talking about?
Yes, basically, we just want to match.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's the last person who has signed up. There were a number of people who signed up, did not wish to speak, all in opposition. And the online signups were 3 in support, 162 opposed. And with that, we'll close the public hearing and we'll open the next one in just a minute.
Crystal, how would we put in my name to check if they've been shared? That becomes the problem. Right? How do you do that in any instance when you're gonna call?
The chair brings on thoughts of you're going to have it there and not.
Right. Yeah, that's why I'm.
Thank you.
That's, I understand what he's trying to do. I agree. I don't think there's intent to get anybody out early. No.
Query might be able to.
All right. That's okay, you on site. All right. Yeah. The next bill is House Bill 1076. There's someone here to introduce the bill. Representative.
Thank you. This is my first time in front of the Senate, so be nice.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. And I'm really proud to bring this bill forward. So thank you, Chairman and committee members. My name is Susan DeRoy, and I am a rep from Middleton and New Durham, District 3 of Stratford. As you know, New Hampshire has a long prided itself on local control and direct democracy through town meetings and official ballots. HB 1076 simply extends that proud tradition to one more of our most fundamental aspects of self-government, how we count our votes. The bill gives every town and city the clear, straightforward right to authorize or rescind the use of electronic ballot counting devices by a vote of the people on an official ballot. It does not ban machines. It does not force hand counting. It merely ensures that the decision rests where it belongs, with the voters of each community, not the state mandates or unelected officials. This is a common sense election integrity legislation. Electronic tabulators are convenient, but they're also complex computerized systems, and they cannot fully eliminate legitimate public concern about software glitches, remote access vulnerabilities, or the simple fact that the average voter cannot watch a machine tabulate their ballots in real time the way they can when they watch neighbors hand count their ballots in the town hall. However, when doubt arises, the trust in outcomes erodes. HB 1076 gives communities the tool to restore that trust on their own terms. If a town believes machines improve accuracy and speed, it can vote to keep them or adopt them. If a town prefers transparency and audibility of a hand count, this same method can be served that can serve New Hampshire reliability for generations, and it can rescind machine by the simple majority vote. Either way, the people decide. 1076 also corrects a procedural gap. Under current law, many towns have already adopted official ballot voting for other questions that have no clear, uniform mechanism to put the machine question to the same secret ballot process their residents use for every other major decision. The bill fixes that without adding any cost or complexity. It simply requires that authorization or rescission follow the same democratic rules the town has already chosen. In an era where public confidence in elections is under pressure nationwide, New Hampshire can lead by example. We do not need more top-down mandates from Concord. We need more trust built from the ground up, town by town. Passing HB 1076 sends a powerful message. In the Granite State, the voters are sovereign, the ballots belong to the people, and the method of counting them will be decided by the people, not by machines or distant officials. Any
Questions from senators? Senator Lang.
So I guess I'm looking on line 14. We're a traditional town, no SB2,
Yeah, me
official
too.
ballot process.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, starting on line 14 with the word, if the town was not adopted on the official ballot, the clerk will put it on a special ballot. What does that mean?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer, but perhaps Bob does in back of me. I apologize. Bob Weary. Is he? Oh, he is.
So a follow-up question,
Okay.
why wouldn't we do it in those traditional towns that have traditional town meetings? Why wouldn't it just be a warrant on the warrant for, a petition article on the warrant?
That would
to
make
be
sense.
held at town meeting?
That would make sense.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for bringing that up. I will address that.
Additional questions?
Appreciate that.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Well, that was easy. Thank you all.
Good try. Brody.
It'll be very, this handout's also very applicable for 1131 that'll come up later. Talking a lot about the official ballot, by ballot, secret. Oh, could I actually have one of those? In case I reference it, I printed an extra one for myself in the committee. Thank you for taking my testimony this morning. For the record, Brody DeShays, I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 1076 as passed by the House. House Bill 1076 changes the authority for adoption of electronic ballot counting devices, shifting the authority ultimately from the governing body of the municipality to the legislative body. Now, I must add, while under current process, there still is a requirement for the legislative body to appropriate the money for ballot counting devices. So really, ultimately, the voters do have a say in whether or not ballot counting devices are purchased. But it's part of the regular budget process and as part of the operating budget, typically under the town clerks or some other election line item for the local budget in the municipality. It also requires the vote to happen on the official ballot for electing officers of the town rather than being placed on the warrant, which prevents a normal deliberative process at traditional town meeting. Now, in an SB2 town, everything goes on the official ballot. In a traditional town meeting, typically it's only the election of officers and a few other things as required by law, very limited though, that are placed on the official ballot. To Senator Lang's question about, well, why would a special ballot be printed? Not every municipality has adopted the official ballot. There are some that still nominate and second from the floor of the town meeting the town officers. It's more typical in many small municipalities. There are a few in Senator Rochefort's district that still do this because their town meeting is usually only attended by 50, 60 people, and it tends to be the same people who have to roll up their sleeves and volunteer to keep the town's basic functionings of government go. Our position is that this question, if this question is prescribed by law, it should at least be placed on the warrant and considered in the normal procedures for the annual meeting and not placed on the official ballot, like any other matter of business being considered by the legislative body at the annual meeting. House Bill 1076 also mandates how the question will be worded and requires a municipality to establish an official number of ballot counting devices they must require that's approved by the legislative body, which really would tie the hand of local election officials to be able to acquire or disgorge of ballot counting devices based on the needs of the municipality. And especially important for federal and state elections to be able to have that flexibility. Limiting this flexibility will also make it more difficult as there's population changes over time. It would also require the municipality to have a vote on the official ballot or special ballot rather than the warrant anytime that they wish to change the amount of ballot counting devices. So really, we would be tying the hands of local election officials, your selectmen who oversee the elections, town clerks and moderators, and currently there already is a transparent process as part of the budgeting process about whether voters want to approve and make appropriations for purchasing ballot counting devices. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the senators may have.
Questions from senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
Cordell.
Thank you, Cordell Johnston. I won't reintroduce myself.
You deem to.
Cordell Johnston. Moderator in Henniker, attorney representing
There we go.
municipalities. Okay. And I have submitted a letter on this, although that letter is mostly about House Bill 1131, which you're hearing this afternoon. I oppose the bill. This is part of a trend to move legislative body decisions from the town meeting itself to the official ballot. And it is eventually going to render the town meeting irrelevant. Decisions like this need to be made after debate and deliberation with people understanding what they're voting on. I venture to say not many people in this room or anywhere know how much a ballot counting device costs. Maybe Senator Lang does, but very few people do. You see this question on a ballot. Should we adopt electronic ballot counting devices? Maybe you think it's a good idea, maybe you don't. How much does it cost? I have no idea. This is something that should be decided like every other legislative body decision should be decided by the legislative body at the town meeting. As I said, there's a trend. Last year, the legislature moved the question of adopting partisan elections, put that on the official ballot instead of the town meeting deciding it in deliberative session. There's a bill this afternoon to move the question of adopting a budget committee to the official ballot. There's a question about moving the adoption of SB2 to the official ballot. Eventually, there's going to be no town meeting. So decisions like this should be left with the town meeting itself, not voted on, just a question on the ballot.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Secretary, I guess that somebody's got a question for you.
Thank you, coming back, Mr. Secretary. So I guess when we say special ballot, when we're talking about this particular bill about rescinding the use of ballot machines, and it must be done by special ballot in traditional towns, what exactly does that mean?
I don't know what that means. I mean, I can guess, but I don't know exactly what it means. A special ballot, if it's done during a deliberative meeting, might just be a yes, no sheet of paper.
So, but a special ballot, so we're not talking about, the way I read this initially was that when you're voting for your selectmen and everything else, you would have to have another ballot besides your official ballot, which is your election. You would run that through, or is this, again, why wouldn't this be done in a traditional town meeting at the traditional town meeting?
I don't think I can answer that question. I don't know.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Lane, do you want to ask
No.
Brody a question?
No, I'm all set, Brody. Thanks.
Okay. And with that, that's the last person that I have signed up. There were two people who signed up, one's here, one in support and one opposed, and online there was two in support and four opposed, and with that, we'll close public hearing.
And Mr. Jerry, to step out for a few minutes.
Our next bill is House Bill 1125.
Okay.
Representative. And just to remind people, we're on a 3-minute limit.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. This is enabling legislation to allow school districts to determine whether or not they wish to hold partisan school elections. For many voters, a nonpartisan ballot provides no assistance during an election, and voters do not recognize any or many of the candidate names, and there's little information on where the candidates stand on the issues. The only meeting that has less people than the local elections is, of course, candidates night. So school board elections are an important form of local accountability and oversight, however, and if people are unhappy with how that district is performing, the ballot box enables voters to express their dissatisfaction. But nonpartisan elections weakens accountability and oversight because voters do not know which party is in control. So there are a number of factors that affect this. You have, with nonpartisan ballots, you have uninformed voters, and you get, as a consequence, lower voter turnout. You have unidentified candidate positions, so there's a lack of understanding of the candidate's approach for educational policy and funding, and a lack of accountability, ultimately. I would also add, this committee has received an email from Eric Power, the Honorable Eric Power, who is president of the School District Governance Association, with a recommendation for an amendment. An unintended consequence of the original 1125 bill is that a candidate who did not want a party designation must submit 50 nomination papers to file for office. So that we don't believe that that should be necessary. So the amendment to his email adds a new paragraph, 669:52-A, that allows any candidate to file without a party designation. And we believe that this would address concerns that the governor raised with a previously similar bill. With that, I'm happy to try and take any questions if there are any.
Questions from senators? Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I understand what you just said, this bill as is the same one. I think it was 356 that was vetoed last year. But in order to get this to a point where it won't be vetoed, we have to amend that. Did I understand
Yes,
that
sir.
properly? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Yes.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Linda?
Thank you, Chairman Gray and members of Senate Election Law and Municipal Affairs. I oppose HB 1125, which would enable school districts to hold partisan elections. Nonpartisan ballots require voters to learn which candidate understands the needs of their school district and will work with the best interest of the education of the students in mind. Voters' decisions are then driven by needs of the community, not party interests. In my district, voters do not rely on a political party to choose a candidate. Local newspapers interview candidates and publish their views in their paper. Our Grange holds a candidates' night where members of the public can meet the candidates. Both of these lead to informed decisions. I spoke with Sarah Edmonds and Catherine Folking, Antrim's board members in the Conval School District. They both oppose this bill. They believe that, I don't know what this says, sorry, that board members elected in a nonpartisan manner serve to the benefit of the district. I ask that you vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 1125.
Questions from the
Thank you.
senators? Seeing none, thank you very
Thank you.
much. Brian?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Brian Hawkins representing NEA New Hampshire. We represent over 16,000 educators across the state, from teachers to paraprofessionals, bus drivers, and more. And we are here opposed to this piece of legislation. Our members have told us loud and clear that they do not want partisan elections at the school board level. As the governor stated in her veto, making these local elections into partisan fights will create unnecessary division between Granite Staters, and we agree with that. Teachers and educators go to great pains. They understand that they are part of a local community to keep partisan politics out of the classroom, and so we're here to ask you to help them do that by not fundamentally inserting partisan positions into the local election process. That is the main part of my testimony. I'll just respond to one thing that was stated from the sponsor, that it weakens accountability to not have partisan elections. I think that it has the exact opposite to effect, and I generally give voters a lot more credit than that. That they know their local elected officials. New Hampshire is a great state for that reason. So thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
That is the last person who signed up. There were 7 other people who signed up, did not wish to speak, all opposed. And there were online, there was one person that signed up support, 169 opposed. And with that, we'll close the public hearing. The committee will be in recess until 1 o'clock. access. And come on up. We are doing a 3-minute limit on the testimony. So when I shut you off, I shut you off, okay? If I can do it to the Secretary of State this morning, I can do it to you this afternoon, so. Don't.
You should do that.
Amen. Representative.
I have 2 handouts that are being passed out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power, representing the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County District 36. I also serve as the chair of the House Municipal and County Government Committee. As a prime sponsor, I'm here to introduce to you House Bill 1131. This
The senators that aren't here, okay. All right.
This bill restores the original SB2 adoption process as it existed from 1995 until 2019, when the question appeared on the official ballot with absentee voting and standard election procedures. This process worked effectively for nearly 25 years, and it ensured broad voter participation. This bill restores that voter access and aligns the law with its original intent. So as you may know, in 2019, House Bill 415 was enacted, and it removed the question to adopt SB2 from the official ballot and instead required that the question to adopt be voted upon at the annual town meeting. Some argue that in-person vote allows for discussion at the meeting, but RSA requires a hearing on SB2 adoption, and that is already in law. Meanwhile, I would like to point out that rescinding SB2 still uses the official ballot, and in my mind, that creates a clear statutory inconsistency. So since this change that was made 7 years ago, towns and school districts have made, at least based on my research, 64 attempts to adopt SB2 with only 2 successes. And that's a mere 3% adoption rate. And one of the small handout with the small print that illustrates that point. So why does this matter? The change that occurred in 2019 has resulted in voter disenfranchisement. So to be clear, most towns, if you think about it, they cannot accommodate all registered voters at a single meeting location. Furthermore, many working residents, business travelers, families with small children, seniors, disabled voters, as well as military personnel, they are effectively excluded from voting on SB2 adoption. I'll give you one quick example. Just 2 weeks ago, the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District annual meeting, there was the question to adopt SB2 was on their traditional town meeting warrant. So the vote to adopt SB2 occurred well after midnight, and the meeting did not adjourn until after 1:15 a.m. So in order for voters who were not present and were unable to stay at the meeting or even show up at the meeting, they would have to have left their homes, and now this is a 2-town co-op, drive to the next town in the middle of the night in order to vote, and the vote started after midnight. So the idea that perhaps an argument might be, well, people can just text their friends and neighbors to come vote, I would say that that is both unrealistic and frankly unsafe. So the change that occurred to the SB2 law has also unintentionally created a barrier to adopting SB2. So the other handout that I have is the transition chart. If you take a look at that, we have 7 forms of town governance on our books here in New Hampshire. And if you look at the chart, there are 42 possible transitions between the different forms of town governance. So 41 of these transition, the question goes on the official ballot. And as you can see, the only transition that the question to adopt is not on the official ballot, it's going from the traditional meeting to SB2. And as you've heard me say, in 2019, the law was changed and it removed that question to adopt from the official ballot, and it requires in-person attendance at a traditional meeting, making it a clear statutory outlier. So the other thing I will note is that town to city transitions, I did not include it here on this chart because, as you know, those RSAs are separate. But I would point out that the question to make that type of a transition also does go on the official ballot, and this reinforces inconsistency. So this bill, House Bill 1131, achieves three main goals. First, obviously, it restores the SB2 adoption to the official ballot, providing absentee voting, standardized polling hours, and voter accessible locations. Importantly, it maintains local control, the 3/5 supermajority to adopt. So clearly, it changes the process, not the outcome. And finally, it ensures fairness, consistency, and it treats the adoption of SB2 like all other forms of local government transitions. So to conclude, House Bill 1131 corrects the one-town government's transition that requires in-person voting. Instead of being on the official ballot, it restores full voter access by correcting the unintended barrier that was created by the change in law in 2019. And so for these reasons, I respectfully urge this committee to recommend this bill ought to pass.
Questions from the senators? Senator Lang.
So Sammerton's on your list of trying to do an SB town, and both times it failed. Would it surprise you to know that in our last cycle that we did it, we had more people attend town meeting than actually voted in the voting process on Tuesday before?
Well, that's interesting, and that's a data point from Sanborn, but that is not the case here. And I would just refer back to the transitions chart that this is originally, when SB2 was enacted, it was a bipartisan bill, and looking at how all other transitions of local governance is done, it's on the official ballot. And that's originally how it was, and it worked well for many, many years.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Gurley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to speak in support of this bill. I have a handout here for those who are interested. Basically, a summary comparing the voter turnout on the official ballots in the town I live in Ringe, compared to how many people voted at the town meeting. Covers the period from 1995 to 2005. I stopped it at 2005 because that is the year that Ringe did adopt an SB2 form of government. And I have a more valid sample. I started it 5 years before I moved to Ringe in the year 2000. And in my view, this sample from one town, admittedly, but over an 11-year period, showed significant difference in every single election between the number of people who voted in the official ballot to elect candidates versus the number that voted in the town meeting. The ratio between the number who voted on the official ballot and the number who voted at the town meeting varied from 2.8, or about a factor of 3 times as many people voted on the official ballot. In one case in 2004, almost 9 times as many people voted. Now, I think this is very important. I think the whole legitimacy of our whole form of government depends on having the consent of the governed. And the way we determine that is to have elections. And for those elections to be valid, they need to make an accurate determination of public sentiment. As indicated by the people, qualified voters who vote in each election. And to me, and I'll take a look at two particular cases. In 2003, 1,300 people cast official ballots. Only 348 cast votes at the town meeting. So that's a factor of almost 4 to 1. If we had not had the requirement that the vote to change form of government was on the official ballot, that would have been effectively, in my opinion, 1,000 voters who were disenfranchised from helping determine that question. And it was very similar in 2004. 1,790 people cast ballots in the official ballot election. Only 207 were present for votes that were tallied at the meeting. And by tallied, I mean they were either division votes or secret ballots. In that case, let's take 2004, 52%, almost 53% of the checklist showed up to vote in the official ballot. Only 6.1% were present at the town meeting to vote in the tallied vote that had the most voters. Okay, thank you.
30 seconds left.
One second.
Now you only have 20 seconds left.
Okay. So to me, this is very strong support for the fact that we need to change this back to the system where the vote on changing to an SB2 form of government goes on the official ballot to avoid disenfranchising many voters who have a very strong interest in their form of government. And they deserve to have a voice. Thank you very much for your time.
Questions from the senators?
Yes.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have any more representatives out there? And just for everyone, Senate rules ask you not to repeat, not to read your testimony, talk to us, and you're only having 3 minutes. So, all right, go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. For the record, my name is Liz Barber, and I represent Hollis District 35. And I'm here on behalf of my hundreds of Hollis constituents who, as Representative Power mentioned to you, we sat through an incredibly long cooperative school board meeting where Article 8 was our petition warrant article to bring in SB2. After an hour and a half of testimony and time trying to just amend the rules so that we could make this more of an even playing field for those who attended. We didn't actually have the opportunity to vote on the SB2 question until 11 o'clock that evening. By then, we had children lying and sleeping on the bleachers. We had people leaving. We had elderly folks who had to leave because they could no longer sit in the chairs. It was very discouraging to see that people simply could not outlast those who were objecting. And so I like to compare that experience to Sisyphus. We have been pushing that boulder up the hill now since 2016. Hollis and Brookline have tried to bring SB2 back to the voter as an option 7 times. And so we have procedural concerns. We have people who are incredibly frustrated, our parents, our seniors, those who are infirmed, those who serve the military, night shift workers who simply are not represented by the vote. So I do ask that you please take a very good look at the information that Representative Power has presented to you. I'm here as a privilege to talk to you from the voters of Hollis and to ask that you pass this bill out of committee as an ought to pass.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Aubrey?
much.
And remember, it is okay to say, I agree with somebody and then walk away. Aubrey.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman. I live in Bridgewater. Speak in support of this bill. Well, the traditional meeting is great for discussion and debate, but apparently modern life is too busy for most people and they just don't go to it. And it's proven already by the statistics already, the attendance at these traditional meetings is much lower. Strictly mainly just the convenience, the hours, it's in an evening or on a weekend. And it's better if you have and there are some problems with the SB2. It's not perfect either, but at least it does have longer hours. And I'd say probably the most important thing is to change it to an SB2, you have to go to a meeting with very limited hours so you can change it to a meeting with longer hours, and those are the people who don't actually show up at those. That's why it hasn't been successful. It's kind of like a catch-22, and that's why there have been so few towns and school districts changed to SB2 in the last 7 years. So also, it should be mentioned that the still retains the requirements for a public hearing and also the 60% supermajority vote to approve or rescind the SB2. So that hasn't changed, so that's a good thing. And those are the reasons I support the bill. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Looks like maybe Cheryl Morris.
Thank you, everyone, for sitting on that side of the table. I'm Cheryl Morse. I'm from Hopkinton, New Hampshire. We have the perhaps unique position of having been one of the last schools to unsuccessfully but very closely pass SB2 under the old law. Thanks to COVID, the voting for 2020 was done by car, and everything was still on the ballot. And it would have been a town meeting, but it was all done by voting from your car. And at that point, SB2 lost by only a couple hundred votes. We got 53% out of the 60. It's the closest the town has come. Most interestingly, we had 1,300 voters. We've never had even half of that at a town or a school meeting. They had 9 to 4 all day to vote. We worked on it a long time. Discussions had happened all over town, and we circulated a lot of information about it. I contend that I support this bill because I contend that it's the tremendous move in voter suppression. A lot of people tell us when we're polling at the doors that they won't go to the town meeting because it's a hostile environment. They've been known to cat calls and various other things out of the crowd. There's no doubt about it. It's in the hands of the moderator, but it's just enough suppression, even when the call for the vote comes from the audience, which is, I believe, parliamentary rule, but it's a shout that comes out from the audience. There's still 8 or 10 people in line. They sort of say what they have left to say, and then it stops. So the intimidation factor is pretty fierce at the meeting. At least a deliberative session, there's discussion. I'm sure it gets fierce, but the voting doesn't happen at that point. That's ideas that are allowed to be shared and continued, and then the people are still given their opportunity to vote at another day at another time. And most interestingly, the town school meeting this last year on Saturday, the turnout was under 300. We're lucky usually at school meeting to get 400, 450, but it's 300 because of 3 inches of snow. I dye my hair, but there weren't any white hairs in the audience, hardly any. Snow plowers weren't there, a lot of people, and they had that 2-hour window to pass a $27 million budget. I don't think that's fair, and I'm supporting a group of 8 people in a committee that feel the same way. So thank you for listening.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Brody?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for taking my testimony this afternoon. For the record, my name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 1131 as amended by the House. House Bill 1131 would amend RSA 40:14 and require municipalities to place a question for adopting the official ballot referenda form of town meeting, commonly called SB2, the provisions of 40:13, and place that on the official ballot for electing officers. Currently, under traditional form of town meeting, the question would be placed on the warrant and debated like any other subject matter of business to be acted upon at annual meeting. The current process provides a vital forum for open debate on the question, which is especially valuable when voters are determining a municipality's form of government. A hearing is not as deliberative like a town meeting, as many of you have attended or watched or been a part of the town meeting process would be aware. A question to rescind the provisions of RSA 40:13 by an SB2 town is placed on the official ballot, which aligns with the process for acting on any question on the warrant in an SB2 town. The question is debated at the first session of the annual meeting and voted on at the second session. So again, you still have that forum at town meeting. For towns operating under a charter, the process for adopting RSA 40:13 follows the same method as amending their charter under the provisions of RSA 49-B, which again aligns with the existing process for the form of government the voters have previously adopted. These voters have voted to adopt voting on these questions, voting on the warrant by the official ballot. This is very similar to systems like in, say, Massachusetts or in California, where the state has enabled those localities to do all their voting by referendum. New Hampshire's unique, where we still let our municipalities have an annual meeting where people attend in person, they debate in person, they get to ask each other questions, they get to ask their governing body and budget committee questions about spending items, and they get to vote then and there. If anything, it's our position that there should be fewer things mandated to be placed on the official ballot, because the official ballot is primarily for electing municipal officers, not for questions that have historically been addressed and taken up as part of the warrant, as part of the business session of the town meeting. I also just have to note, as I conclude my testimony, Mr. Chairman, that disenfranchised is a strong term just because people choose not to attend or vote at the town meeting. No one has denied them the access or the ability to participate. These duly registered voters are free to attend, and they're allowed to attend for as long as they want or as little as they want. It's very often where folks only like to attend for, the operating budget and some of the larger bonded items, and these smaller, more esoteric warrant articles are not as much of a priority for them to participate in. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Questions from the senators? Senator Lang.
Brody, have you ever attended a SB2 deliberative session?
I have.
When you attend the SB deliberative session, how does that conversation that happens in the deliberative session relate to the number of people that vote? Because the argument here is that having this at town meeting discussion is too few voters at town meetings, so you have to put it on the ballot. And so I'm wondering if the inverse works in SB2. Do a lot of people show up the SB2 deliberative and then also vote? Or do very few people show up the SB2 deliberative and then a whole bunch of people vote?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So I think it really depends on the municipality. From what I've seen, there's not always too many people that attend the deliberative session. It tends to be even a smaller group who then are modifying the warrant, modifying the articles that will ultimately voted on, who get basically they have decided to show up because they want a larger say in debating the articles and amending the articles. In many ways, for the voters who show up to the second session, they didn't get to be a part of that first session where they got to debate and determine the final substance, the form of the warrant articles, where at a traditional town meeting, you're there for both parts of the process, which is important for learning more about it or being able to either protect the substance of warrant articles, which this committee has heard some testimony and seen some bills about trying to prohibit that, or other items like that. So, I mean, there's merits to both systems, but we believe that this question should be taken up in the traditional manner under the current procedures of what the form of government is at that time.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Victor Orlando.
Hi, my name is Victor Orlando. I live in Hollis, New Hampshire. I'm speaking in support of this bill. The reason I like this bill is because it still allows the town hall style meetings. It simply just gives us the option for the people who can't attend the town hall meetings to voice their opinions. I love that in New Hampshire, we get to choose between SB2 and the town hall meetings. We can decide as a people for that. But what we've seen happen, and like so many people have echoed here today, is that these votes are pushed off till 11:30 at night, midnight. The babysitting services these meetings provide stop at 9 o'clock. We've also seen different moderators who aren't as angelic as some of the people at this committee doing shenanigans to prevent people from voting, delaying things, and trying to abruptly stop things. By putting this on an actual ballot vote, it matches what we do with every other form of government change, but it also allows the people who can't make these meetings to vote. And it allows the town to decide if they want to keep the current system or move to SB2 or back the other way. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And James Kelly.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I do not think there's any argument that the current town hall style meeting limits the opportunity and numbers of people to vote. You've heard testimony previously about how current town meetings have been run and how deliberate actions of a small number of voters can in fact predetermine the outcome. An analogy. You all are sitting here because you were elected by a secret ballot in an SB2 format, affording the greatest number of citizens the opportunity to select you. Would you be as comfortable if the individual on your left was elected by a voice vote or a hand card vote at midnight by less than 5% of the eligible voters? If it were you, you volunteered for the Army, and your job is a personal choice. Why should you contend that you should be able to vote? Unquote. Think about that. My brothers and sisters with PTSD or loss of limb, should they lose their right to vote simply because we have to do this on a town hall process? Ladies and gentlemen, don't do it for me, but for my brothers and sisters in uniform, for parents with young children, for shift workers, for single parents, for the elderly, disabled, and marginalized. Please do not let this school board president's statement be affirmed.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Al, you didn't check whether you wanted to speak or not.
Yes, sir.
Okay, come on up.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Al Brandano, Kensington, New Hampshire. I just want to point out some realistic challenges that we have. And I'm at SAU 16 in Exeter. We have 5 small towns, 1 big town, Exeter. People stopped going to deliberative session. The 5 small towns don't go anymore. If you go to deliberative session, you'll see maybe 10 or 12 people from each town. They've given up. They've given up because they have no say, because they're overridden by the larger Exeter, who has the most votes of all of them. So the challenge for us all is they passed the biggest school budgets with 79% in wages and benefits. 79% of the budget goes to wages and benefits, and the people have given up. So it's not that the people don't care. They just don't see another pathway to make this stop. And so they do care, because they show up in November They show up in November, but like all these small towns, what's happening in Kensington, we have 2,000 voters, 400 show up. This year, 800 did, thank God. But all the other towns have less than 25% of the people who show up in deliberative session. So it's a huge problem. It's not that people don't care. It's just that they're overwhelmed and they can't see a change. You can make that change, please.
Questions from senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Rob?
Thank you, Senators. My name is Rob Lovett. I'm from the beautiful town of Mont Vernon. I'll give you a quick anecdote. We recently had our town meeting. It was 7 hours long. And at the end of it, there was approximately 15% that was attending at the start of the meeting. Several families attempted to have both parents vote on different warrant articles, where one would stay through the meeting, and then once the vote started, he'd wait in line, cast his vote, go home, take the kids. Wife would try to come back and vote. And even in our small town that is approximately 5 square miles, many of these other parents were not able to make it under the wire. I strongly support an opt to pass, and I won't take any more of your time. Thank you very much.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Eric?
Thank you, Chairman Gray and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Eric Power from Brookline. I also serve as the president of the School District Governance Association and speaking in favor of House Bill 1131. SB2 was created in 1995 by the legislature exactly because of the reason there was some disenfranchisement in annual town meetings, and they were looking for a solution to actually make it easier for people to vote. And I went back and looked at the testimony from those years and found that there was a lot of deliberation on how do you adopt SB2, and they actually settled on having that as an official ballot question because of that reason. They said people wouldn't be able to come to the meeting to be able to vote. We really want this to make sense, and we want the most number of people weighing in on this governance change. So that's why it was set that way, and it's remained that way until 2019. By 2019, the House Bill 415 put it back as a meeting warrant article. If you had a traditional meeting, that's returned the disenfranchisement for people. A lot of people just can't make it to these meetings. We still have mandatory public hearings when we choose to adopt SB2. And in a co-op, you have to have it in each town on different days. So there's plenty of opportunity, and we've done that recently, even this year in Brookline and in Hollis. One thing I don't want to emphasize is that, SB2 adoption is a governance change. Just like we had petition warrant articles that I authored this year to do charter commission, and those were on the official ballot. And people were asking me, Eric, why are the charter commissions on the official ballot, but SB2 is not? And I had explained to them the situation. They said, well, they're governance changes. And I said, yes, they are. But that's the way the law is right now. So right now, from the chart you saw, there's 7 different forms of government, 42 transitions. Only one of them is using the meeting warrant article. All other transitions from a traditional town meeting are in the official ballot. So why should that be a special case? And it wasn't a special case when the legislature enacted SB2. It makes a lot of sense to return it to the official ballot when everybody can vote. It's not a question in our co-op. It's not a question that people don't want SB2. SB2 failed by 2 votes before the change when it was before 2019. It failed by 2. So it definitely is. There's interest. It's not like people aren't interested in it, but it's just that now you're voting on. You're starting to vote on SB2 at 11 o'clock or midnight. That doesn't make a lot of sense. It's really not working. And for those reasons, I think that, it makes a lot of sense. I hope that you find this bill ought to pass, and that you'll see that it makes a lot of sense. It enables all the people to vote. on the governance change, just like we do in every other form of governance change. And
Questions from the senators?
thank you very much.
So thank you, Eric, for taking my question. So does it surprise you to know that either the moderator on his own motion, assuming it without objection, or any member of the body in a legislative body can change the order of an article and bring it forward and have it voted on by, if we want to take up SB2 as the first thing we do, that anybody in the room can make that motion, and the moderator can either rule on it and say if nobody objects, or call a vote of the body to move that article. So it's not an 11 o'clock at night vote.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Yes, I'm aware of that. It all comes down to the meeting rules and how the moderator wants to run the meeting. And in fact, we tried to do that this year in our Hollis Brookline Cooperative meeting. The moderator came in with rules stating that it was 2/3. His rules were that the meeting had to have a 2/3 vote in order to move a warrant article up, a supermajority. And we didn't have a supermajority of voters. We had probably 60%, but not a supermajority in order to move it up. So yes, it depends on who's at the meeting. And, in some places it's a majority vote. Some places it's a 2/3 vote, depending on what the moderator rules.
Follow? So again, you also know that the moderator rules are subject to the majority vote of the legislative body. So you can reject those rules if you choose to, and have a conversation about that to the voters themselves directly about why a 2/3 vote to move an article is inappropriate and everything else. But again, it's a majority vote of the legislative body that's present that can reject the moderator's rules or can override the moderator's ruling.
Thank you, Senator. I'm very aware of that. And that was actually what we spent about the first hour plus of the meeting talking about and trying to change those rules. And then once the rules are adopted, it's a 2/3 vote after that. But that's a very difficult process for people to endure. And I agree there is a path forward on that, but I don't think it's the best way to go. I think returning SB2 to the official ballot makes a lot of sense. We have SB2 for our Brookline School District, and we saw an increase of 14 times more voters participating when we got it. We did it before the change in 2019. So, yes, I understand that, but it's also very hard for a lot of people to understand. It's very easy for people to go on election day and see the ballot and say, do you want to adopt SB2? That's very simple. For them to understand how rules work and all that, I know how to do that. I'm pretty experienced at it, but the average voters out there, they just get overwhelmed by that whole process. So I thank you for your question.
Additional questions?
Sorry,
Alrighty.
I'm not an SB2 town, so I don't get to see how many people actually show up for deliberative session. I know even in a traditional town meeting, when we have the public budget meeting, nobody shows up. I think the last time in my town, we had 6 people show up at the public budget meeting that's due prior to the town meeting. What percentage of people compared to number of people that vote show up because you have experience in SB2 town?
Thank you, Senator. So I live in Brookline, so we have 2 school districts. Brookline School District is SB2. Our co-op is traditional, and our town is traditional. So I have experience with all of them. And this year in our Brookline School District, we had a very good turnout for our deliberative session. We had 123, if I recall, showing up at our deliberative session. Very spirited deliberative session. Started at 6:30, ran till about 11:30.
When you say deliberative session, you're talking SB2?
SB2 deliberative session for our Brookline School District. And then we had the official ballot voting on election day. Over 1,100 voters voted. If you compare that to
roughly 10% show up for deliberative session.
About 10%. Yeah, and that's what we've had. And we've had more experience with that. If you look at our town meeting, we had maybe 150. I hate to say this, but our town meeting went 9 hours on Saturday and then extended for another 3 hours. I guess it was 2 days ago. We had SB2 adoption there. We didn't get to that till the continuation of the meeting on Saturday. So but the most people that in a town meeting, we had only about 140 people participating. So everybody wanted SB2. They wanted to know why we couldn't vote on it in the official ballot, and I said that the law is to be changed, and that's why we're here today. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gradell Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cordell Johnston. I am the moderator in the town of Henniker and also for the for the Henniker School District in opposition to this bill. You have killed bills identical to this twice, and I hope you'll do the same this year. I keep hearing about disenfranchisement. No one is disenfranchised by the town meeting. Town meeting is a legislative body. This is not an election question. This is a question for the legislative body. And legislative bodies make decisions by meeting, debating, and then voting. Sometimes it's not convenient. You're a legislative body. Any of you ever been in a meeting that lasted 8, 9 hours, went past midnight? 3 of you at least have served on the legislative bodies in your municipalities. Ever been to a long meeting? And I keep hearing that, well, not that many people can make it to a town meeting. Again, town meeting is the legislative body. If you wanted to serve on the legislative body in the city of Manchester, if you have a job that prevents you from doing that, then you don't run for the legislative body. It's a matter of priority. The concern that the decision is being made by a small number of people. Manchester's legislative body is what, 15 people? If you have 120 people showing up in one of the small towns, that's not a small number. That's a large number. I think Portsmouth and Rochester have similar sized legislative bodies. So there should not be a concern that we have a decision being made by a small number of people. If people are voting, if meetings are lasting past midnight, there can be a motion to adjourn the meeting to a later day. As Senator Lang said, there can be a motion to move the decision up to the first thing on the agenda. The point about transitions from one form of government to another, first of all, this is not a transition from one form of government. It's a change in how the town meeting works. It's not moving from a town to a city. It's not moving from a town meeting to a town council. Those are different. But all of those require a charter commission. It's not a simple one sentence yes or no vote on a ballot. It's a vote to establish a charter commission, which meets over a year, has many hearings, and then puts a question on the ballot. So it is not the same. This is a bad bill, and I hope you'll kill it for the 3rd time in the last 5 years. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mr. Rubens.
Members of the committee, Jim Rubens of Hanover. I'm often credited as being the prime mover behind Senate Bill 2, and I was in the state Senate in 1995. And I recall this debate here recalls to me the incredible emotions and the amazing amount of effort required to get passed. Required several years to get it passed. And it comes down to whether meetings should be and decisions primarily on budget matters. This is what it really came down to for many folks, whether budget matters should be determined by a small group of people which are concentrated around special interests, both at town and school district, or whether the broader number of voters should make these budgetary decisions. And I also chaired an oversight committee, a Senate Bill 2 oversight committee, after it was adopted to monitor the means by which it's operated. And the outpouring of support for this was phenomenal. I'm so proud of the bill. People were so
History is
pleased.
good, but you only have 2 minutes left.
Yep. But I'm just recounting how much people love this piece of legislation. And about 10 years later, I think it was the New Hampshire Public Policy Institute did a review as to the impact, because it had been adopted by that time by a large number of entities, school districts, towns. 5 times the number of people were voting on budgetary issues. And again, I'm restating what I heard back in 1995 about why people want this. Some people have kids. Some people can't drive at night. Some people have work situations. Some people are disabled. And you've heard these reconsideration motions. There'll be a budgetary matter might be adopted and then someone will call for reconsideration at the very late stage, 12:30 at night, frustrates the heck out of people at traditional town meetings. Those people who want that form of governance and means by which you vote on budgetary matters, this doesn't prohibit that from happening. But we simply want the question, this is why I support this piece of legislation, the question as to which form of voting on budgetary matters people prefer should be voted on by the same method, broadening participation. So I encourage this committee to recommend an ought to pass on this bill. Bring it back to the way it was that people loved for decades. They loved it.
Questions from senators? Seeing, go.
Just historically, do you know how many towns have rescinded their SB2 choice?
I don't know. Some have.
I'd be surprised. There are quite a few that have.
Yeah, some have. Most towns that adopted it, most towns and school districts adopting it have retained it. People prefer a process where more people can vote and determine. And these are budgetary questions, and it's deliberative sessions voting on a for or against the $12 million school budget. These are topics that are far better, and this is one of the things we learned in the oversight committee. These dense matters like this are far better weighed using written materials because they're dense and expansive, and the debates that would happen during the hour or two or three debating about a budgetary matter still insufficient to properly weigh something as large as the annual school district budget. So people resorted to, changed to, shifted to using written materials which were broadly distributed in order that people could be fully informed. So the adoption of Senate Bill 2 did not reduce the extent to which voters are deliberating and making thoughtful decisions about these budgetary matters. It simply shifted the format from a compressed, stressed 2-hour session to thoughtful written materials, pro and con.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank
you.
you very much. There's one other person has not indicated, David R. Oh, did you want to speak?
Yes.
Okay, because you didn't mark.
Sorry, I didn't see the checkbox that you wanted to speak. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Senators, thank you. My name is David Rivers. I live in Thornton, New Hampshire. I've been a landowner in New Hampshire for 30 years, a full-time resident for about 20. I am not an SB2 expert, but I am an expert in how Thornton has arranged the situation where we vote on the school budget. I put this in a category of divide and conquer. We have two separate meetings. The first meeting is the school budget meeting. When it occurs, it's titled as the school district meeting. It's not very clear on the advertising as to what this meeting is all about and why it's a different day than the town meeting. When the town meeting occurs, it's an entire day of voting that enables everybody and anybody to walk in on a Saturday, grab a ballot, and vote yea and nay on the municipal budget and vote yea and nay on the school budget. The situation that we have here with two different meetings, the first one is a school budget meeting, is not well advertised at all. Excuse me. Many residents, especially new ones, as I was at one point in time, had no idea what a school district meeting was. It's only advertised once a year. School budget meeting or school board meeting are often on a monthly basis advertised. So poor communications, as you can only imagine, is going to end up in poor turnout. Because of this poor turnout and because of the critical nature of the budgetary requirements and requests that the school board was making, a small group of us decided that we would advertise this meeting using every zip code, every resident direct. So we sent postcards to every resident in the town. And I have a prop here with my lovely assistant. Can't show the prop, but no. we created yard signs that notified people that indeed there was a very important meeting that they must attend for the critical nature of their taxes. So my bottom line is that we need to straighten out the process, at least in Thornton, and I understand it's different in other towns, where everybody gets the chance to vote Saturday from 7:30 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night or whatever the times are. That way there we'll see everybody in the town. No one is disenfranchised. Right now, we have a small group of very vested interest people voting the town budget into place for the school budget. If SB2 is going to fix that, I'm all for it. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And there was no one else that was signed up that did not speak. Online, there was 201 support, 7 opposed. And with that, we'll close the public hearing. We'll start the next one in just a minute.
You got it. All right. Yeah, no, I'll be fine. Are you sure? Yeah, I should. We can move it over. I'm able-bodied. I should figure out how to get from here to there. Thank you. Okay. Representative Barry. Come on. Hospital 1187.
Oh, I thought 11.
No, no, you're right. I'm sorry. My fault. You're out of order. Sorry.
You ready, Jason?
Yep.
Go for it, Representative.
Good morning or afternoon. I'm Representative Ross Berry. I represent the towns of Hillsborough and Goffstown, the chair of the House Election Law Committee. Here to introduce House Bill 1187. It's a rather simple change that says during a special election for state representatives that they shall be afforded the opportunity of at least 3 days to file at their local clerk with the clerk being open at least 2 hours each day. We've seen in some of these specials recently that they only have 1 day to file in person. And believe it or not, there's some short notice coming out of the executive council. So what that ends up happening is they have to drive to here to Concord to file at the Secretary of State's office. We've had so far this year special elections in Berlin, Wolfboro, and Somersworth, none of which are very quick dashes over. So just like to get 3 days with, once again, 2 hours at a minimum of two hours opening so that they can file in person. And that's the bill.
Okay, questions from the senators? Senator Parker.
Thank you, Representative, for being here. I have heard that sometimes within this 1 day period, there's not even enough time to get these vacancies kind of posted in order to be filled on a website.
That's correct, Senator. It's a very short turnaround sometimes, and it's weird how the calendar works, but it can be literally sometimes less than 48 hours notice.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. Tina? We are operating under a 3-minute timer, so anybody new in the room? Go for it.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Tina Guilford. I am the Derry Town Clerk. I am the Secretary and Legislative Chair of the New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. And I am here in opposition to this bill. The requirement to be open for 3 days for 2 hours. I mean, we have towns that the town clerk is open 1 day a week. To force them to be open more time, I mean, obviously it's the municipality who pays them, not the state. The previous law was that they could file with the town clerk on Mondays and Tuesdays if they were open. Otherwise, they had to go to the Secretary of State's office. Maybe the solution is to allow them to file with their local clerk when the local clerk is open, regardless of what day it is. And then they can still file with the Secretary of State. But forcing municipalities to be open 3 days a week when they may only be open 1 day a week is just a very hard ask. And I am open to any questions.
Questions from the senator? Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the 3 days, no less than 2 hours. So the other 2 days would be 2 hours. Would that still be problematic?
No. So 3 days, no less than 2 hours. It doesn't specify which day. But if you're, for example, Hart's location that is only open on Tuesdays, now you're going to have to be open 2 other days for a minimum of 2 hours, where they're only open from, I think it's 2 to 4 or 2 to 4:30 on Tuesday. That's what they're budgeted for. There are other towns, Westmoreland, I believe they are only Tuesdays and Wednesdays, so the only days they're open. Thornton, I know it was just mentioned, they're only open 2 days a week. So there are a lot of towns that are only open 1 or 2 days a week, and this would be an additional burden.
Additional questions? Senator Burns Booker.
Thank you for being here. This only arises in cases where there's a special election, so it'd be pretty rare for any city.
It would be rare, but they do come up very quickly. And now all of a sudden the clerk would need to pivot to be there with just 48 hours notice. And now they need to be open these days and they have to figure out what those days are. We have clerks that also have other jobs, especially in these small municipalities.
Sure.
I mean, we have a municipality where the town clerk is also the fire chief. So this happens.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. There were 3 other people who signed up today, did not wish to speak. 2 in support and 1 opposed. In the online, there were 2 opposed. And with that, close the public hearing and we'll open the next one in just a minute. When she's ready, I'm ready.
All right.
Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Wary. I have the privilege of representing the town of Hudson, Hillsborough, District 13. I'm here in support of sponsoring the House Bill 1272. Currently in the law, we have a provision to adopt partisan elections for towns. It's not exercised very often, but it is exercised on occasion. Earlier today, you heard House Bill 1125, which enabled school districts to adopt partisan school district elections. This is, if you will, another way to skin the cat. No apologies to any cat lovers out there, but this provides that the candidate can have their party affiliation be printed on the town or school district ballot. Now, this is doubly enabling. And what do I mean by that? Is that both the town and or the school district are allowed to vote to whether or not to have this provision. And then the candidate also has an enabling aspect because they can choose whether or not to have it as well. So there's no requirement that they, if the town or school district should choose to do so, they're not required to do it as a candidate. If so that's the foundational aspects in the law. As I spoke earlier, I won't repeat what I said for the earlier bill, but it does allow greater voter turnout because now people have more information by which to make a decision about the candidates. It provides greater accountability because now you can see which way a school board or town is going based upon their partisan ideologies, and you have greater transparency. I would also say, interesting in reading up on a number of different papers and research things on partisan elections. A study in North Carolina found a very interesting thing. They found that when they went to partisan elections, by and large, they had greater turnout. They had a turn down in the budget over time. They had an greater turnover. That was a bad effect of school teachers and an increase in number of teachers with less experience. But perhaps somewhat surprisingly, they also found an increase in the proficiency of the academics for the schools. So there are some good things that can come from these partisan elections, and that was just one study in North Carolina that demonstrates that. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Aubrey.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, I live in Bridgewater. I speak in support of this bill. Well, of course, why do local elections have such low turnout? That's because voters know very little about the candidates that are running. And even though just knowing, see that D or that R, it actually makes a difference. And I think that is information for the voters. So it's useful. Now, I've heard it said that, especially for school stuff, it's nonpartisan. Well, I've been going to school board meetings for around 5 years diligently, and it's definitely partisan. Now, it is true when there are not controversial things going on, you really can't tell the difference. But when you have controversial things, we had the mask mandate, vaccine clinics, the fighting over curriculum, library books, and gender identity, is definitely, those are controversial, and you can definitely, the partisanship definitely comes out. There's just no way to get around it. The reality is there's partisanship. So again, it goes back to the voters. It's useful information to know the political affiliation of who's running for office. And I think more information is a good thing. So those are the reasons I support the bill.
Questions from senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Berry, you didn't check whether you wanted to speak or not. All right. And Eric?
Thank you, Chairman Gray and members of the committee. For the record, Eric Power from Brookline, also president of the School District Governance Association, speaking in support of House Bill 1272. This bill, I think, is a common sense bill because I think it allows the towns or school districts to just determine as a group if they want to allow the designation of the party of candidates on the ballot. And then it even gives the candidate each their choice of whether they want to have their R, D, or U on the ballot. So I think it makes a lot of sense. I recently was at the polls on March 10th in Brookline, and we had a so-called nonpartisan election. But when you looked at it, there was two camps. There was the group of Republicans and there was the group of Democrats. And everybody knows that who the candidates, might be or might not be. The voters don't always know, but we knew who the Republicans and the Democrats were. So people came up to me and said, why don't we have the R's and the D's on the ballot? And I said, well, we don't have partisan elections yet. We could adopt them. And that was a question on the ballot this year. But the thing that they were asking about is why can't people put their party affiliation on the ballot? And I said, well, the law doesn't currently allow that. So that's kind of some of the motivation for that. I think when people see an R or a D or even a U, they know somewhat what that means, and that provides information to the voter. And we've found, and studies have shown, that partisan elections have higher turnouts, so more people come out. People feel more comfortable when they know something more about the candidate. And a lot of people don't do research. They'll come to the ballot, they'll come and vote, and they won't know. And that R or D could be the thing that they use to make a decision. And I've also talked to people that say they don't come to vote because they don't know who the candidates are. And I know that some localities try to have forums and stuff with some limited success, but it makes a lot of sense to be able to have this option as enabling legislation for each town and school district to have that option so that we can see who what the party is. And each candidate can decide whether they want to have it or not. Even if it's adopted, they could still keep it a secret and they could just have nothing after their name. So I think it's really permissive in that way. And I think it's just a really good bill, help increase turnout in local elections, which we need. And for those reasons, I hope that you find this bill ought to pass.
Questions from senators? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cordell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cordell Johnston, moderator, Town of Henniker, speaking only for myself. I believe that I oppose this bill. I believe that town government in New Hampshire works very well. And one of the reasons it works well is that it is nonpartisan. When I go to vote, I vote based on the candidate. I have no idea. We have 5 selectmen in our town. I have no idea what party any of them belong to. I could probably guess on some of them, but I really don't know. I have no idea what party our sewer commissioners belong to. The idea that someone would run for office for sewer commissioner or for road agent or for police chief as a Republican or a Democrat, I think is ridiculous. If voters feel that having an R or a D after your name as a candidate for local office doesn't give the voter any useful information. It tells you what party they belong to. In my town, I'm sure we have Republicans and Democrats and undeclareds in all offices. They do a good job. They should be elected based on their competence, their familiarity with town government. Introducing partisan politics at the local level is only going to make things more bitter and more divisive, and it is not going to help city or town government. Someone mentioned there is an option already for partisan ballots at the local level. At my last count, out of 234 cities and towns, not one of them had adopted that because they recognize that that is not a good thing. So I would say usually I support giving towns a choice, as this bill does, but there are some choices that are so bad you should not give them that. You would not, I think, authorize a town to adopt an income tax or to legalize illicit drugs. I would not authorize them to do this either. Thank
Questions
you.
from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. The only other person is Brody, and he didn't sign up whether or not he wanted to speak.
I do want to speak. I'm sorry.
Oh, he does want to speak.
I'll be very brief. Thank you. Thank
I'll
you.
check that box for you, Brody.
Oh, you're too generous. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for taking my testimony. I'll be extremely brief. My name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. As it's already been mentioned, we agree RSA 669:12 already allows municipalities to adopt partisan elections. Even in municipalities that have not adopted partisan elections, voters can access the voter checklist, which is allowed pursuant to RSA 654:31, and under RSA 654:15, it requires to have the voter checklist denote a voter's party affiliation. As we heard today, there was a voter who mentioned that they can, at times, quite tell which candidates may potentially be affiliated with a party. So even the general public, based on folks' personal comments, statements, things they might post online, can usually get a general understanding of one's political affiliation or at least their political proclivities. So House Bill 1272 would effectively make nonpartisan municipal elections partisan by bypassing the vote required in RSA 669:12 to establish a truly partisan system. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions from senators? Senator Perkins Boca.
Do you think a pothole cares whether you're a Republican or a Democrat?
I don't think a pothole cares whether or not someone's Democrat, Republican, undeclared. I think it just needs to be filled.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll close. Oh, I forgot to read the online signups. 3 in support, 154 opposed. And with that, we'll close the public hearing. And I'll go check my potholes to see whether they're Republican. Representatives.
Good afternoon. My name is Representative Ross Berry. I represent the towns of Goffstown and Ware. I'm the chair of the House Election Law Committee. I'm here to introduce House Bill 686. We've passed something similar already. This is a very scaled down version of enhancement of our anti-electioneering statutes. It leaves the core part of electioneering alone. So it doesn't try to do any of the things that we've passed before, but it does add a new section that prohibits political surveys by public employees and public bodies in their official capacity. So I just want to be very clear about that because there's a lot of misconceptions about that. It doesn't stop unions from issuing surveys. It doesn't stop public employees on their personal time from participating in the political process via surveys or candidate questionnaires, but it does stop public employees who are in the act of their official duty from conducting political questionnaires to the public, to candidates.
Questions from the senators?
Cool.
All right.
I don't even get a name, Senator. Jeez. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a little toasty in here. My name is Sarah Burt Cohen. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We oppose HB 686 as amended. There are some issues with the new paragraph that's being introduced, or paragraph Roman numeral 4, I will concentrate on as where our opposition lies. It introduces a separate, so 659-44A would now have two definitions of public employee, one being RSA 273-A:19, and then one being the same statutory definition, but taking the exemptions that are in that current statute and making them part of a public employee. So I think that would cause confusion in and of itself. The other issue is it includes ballot measures or policies reasonably anticipated to be submitted to voters and prevents public employees from, in their official capacity, from doing surveys, polls, or questionnaires concerning these ballot measures or policies reasonably anticipated. This would prevent public employees from gathering information from the public on potential ballot measures that they could be interested in, or to see where they are at on a certain ballot measure. This could be problematic. This is going to prevent law enforcement from getting public information about public safety issues. It could prevent governing bodies and using public employees to help do surveys to gather information. The term ballot measure and policies reasonably anticipated to be submitted to the voters is very broad. So that would prevent your experts from gathering information from the public. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Questions from the senators? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize. I was out. I had another quick meeting. This seemed to remember seeing this a year ago. Didn't we deal with this a year ago?
You did. So HB 340 is currently, was amended by the Senate and is currently pending in the House.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chris Parsons? If you two want to come up together, that's fine.
Quick and easy together. How's that?
Whatever.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us. I'm Chris Parsons. I am the police chief in Hillsborough, as well as the president of the New Hampshire Chiefs Association.
To open, I think.
You need to introduce yourself too, and move the mic when you're talking towards you. He needs to introduce
himself. Yeah.
My name is Pat Sullivan. I'm the executive director for the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police, also a retired police chief from Goffstown. Our association opposes House Bill 686. There are numerous reasons which I've included in my written testimony. If a traffic survey is to be conducted, that information from that survey, the radar trailer, et cetera, is used. That's equipment that would be prohibited to use under this law to provide information for a change in either a warrant article or any type of change of speed limit, et cetera, before the body. That's a concern. It also decreases transparency. It prohibits the dissemination of information on expensive projects such as school districts, police buildings, additional employees, et cetera. And it would disallow those responsible for that to either counter or correct disinformation or misinformation. It also deprives citizens of information on both sides of a topic, which would allow one side to have a loud, clear voice while suppressing input from others with a contrary voice. We would ask you to vote no on 686.
Okay, questions from the senators? Right.
Thank you.
Everyone's good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Olivia?
Good afternoon, Chairman Gray and members of the committee. My name is Olivia Zink, Executive Director at Open Democracy. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to House Bill 686. Senator, you are correct. You have seen this bill as Senate Bill 213, which was vetoed by the governor and unanimously sustained that veto after Governor Ayotte vetoed this bill. The real world impacts of this bill could go further. A school teacher sending out information in a form of a survey, the police officer sending out a survey about whether the town should purchase body cams. There are lots of different ways where a public employee should still have their free speech to speak. I understand our current law says public employees can't speak on government times as far as political speech, but I do think that this law is a bill in search of a problem and criminalizes ordinary public services, and we don't know what the true costs of this are, and there are some unintended consequences that could be arbitrary. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
Questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you very much. That's the last person who has signed up to speak. There were 3 that did not speak that signed up, all 3 in support. And the online, there was 2 in support and 69 opposed. And with that, we'll close the public hearing and we'll open the next one in just a minute. My goodness gracious. A 2-4 for the introduction. My goodness. Jessica, when you're ready. ahead.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again. For the record, Representative Matt Wilhelm from Hillsborough 21 in Manchester, here to introduce House Bill 1381, a bipartisan bill that would extend the time of the party filing period in June ahead of state elections.
Representative Ross Berry, towns of Hillsborough, Goffstown, and Ware. I'm the chair of the House Election Law Committee. I echo the Senate's bipartisan bill. What this does, so currently under state law, if no one files for a primary, the party has 3 days to what we call party file, what you guys call it over there, Matt, but we call it party file.
We call it the same thing.
Oh, see, look at that. We're all together again. We want to take that 3-day period to a 10-day period. It affects the House obviously much more than the Senate or Executive Council because we have 400 seats to fill, which I assume Representative Wilhelm will confirm this is not as easy as it seems.
I like to call it the largest challenge in American politics, recruiting 400 volunteers every 2 years to run for a seat that pays $100 a year.
Yes. And some say we're overpaid. So all this does is take that 3-day period to a 10-day period. It's far enough away from the primary election that ballot printing and stuff like that shouldn't be an issue. But we'd really like a couple more days to get this done.
The only other thing that I would add would respectfully request that you fast track this bill and amend it to make the effective date upon passage so that we can take advantage of the extended party filing period this June.
And I believe the Secretary of State's office has some amended language too to further clarify the intent. So,
which I think both sponsors of the bill support. Thank you.
Questions from the senators? Thank you.
Yeah.
Give it a show.
And speaking of the deputy secretary, it's his turn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Brendan O'Donnell, Deputy Secretary of State. Just 2 quick points. One, in terms of the timing, there's no issue with the extension of that deadline. There'll still be sufficient time for the Secretary of State's office to get a final list of candidates and prepare state primary ballots. The one request that I had is the deadline that Representatives Wilhelm and Berry were talking about, that 3 business days. That's actually found in RSA 655-32. And so we'd request that the amendment that change in that language go in that statute, not in this one, to avoid any confusion. There's a couple discrepancies between the language of this bill and 655-32 between political organization versus appropriate party committee. So it would eliminate that if you moved it to the other one. And there would be no ambiguity that this somehow applies to the ability of a political party to use the nominating petition process, that it would affect those deadlines in any way. So those are my only 2 points. Thank you for your time.
All right. Questions from senators?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just clarification. So the on line 8, the 655:17 should be 655:32.
No, I can provide specific language to the chairman, but
Yeah.
655-32 is titled no declaration filed, and it's in case no declaration is filed, that's what triggers the appropriate parties committee's ability to fill in a replacement for the primary. The reference to 17 exists in 655-32, so I'd request that just instead of this entire provision, go to 655-32, change the part where it says you have until the following Wednesday, which is 3 business days, change that part to 10 business days.
And the 10 full business days doesn't interfere with.
It'll shorten the time, but it won't impact the ability. I think we'd still have more than 70 days to prepare state primary ballots. So that's enough time to get them out before the UOCAVA mailing deadline.
And just for anybody that's confused, the only reason that lines 3 through 8 are in there is because we've changed it from no Roman numeral to a Roman numeral because we've added the other, but we're going to take all that out when we move this thing to 655-32. So this statute will end up not being modified at all, and it'll go into the other one.
Yes. And in terms of the effective date, I hadn't heard that piece, but if you
address that is just making sure there's enough timing that if it has an immediate effective date, it's not going to, it would come into effect prior to the end of the filing period for the state primary, right? And maybe it's a conditional.
It'll depend on the House and the governor if
Yes.
we do that.
Yes. So
After we're done, we'll be done.
yeah, and if it's not in place, then the filing period will have already ended, so that'll be fine.
You get that to me, we can get it to OLS and we can exec this out tomorrow if that's the desire of the committee.
All right.
Okay?
All right. Thank you for your time.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing none. There's 3 people that signed up, but did not wish to speak. They're all in support. And the online, there was 1 person that signed up in support. And with that, we will close this hearing. Okay. We'll need that quick so I can get it over to OLS to get it done.
Emailed it to you. Just have been in meetings all day.
All right.
How's that?
All right. We've had a long